so make a baby baby no I no name me better than them amanya me uninya da ki ya go to some as you see what show what can them in the na menke ono when you there on the phone so the phone pack so ya phone na wale guide no see what show what can them in the na menke ono when you there on the phone so the phone pack so ya phone na wale guide no Shadi mame una meleka na yawo de na meleka I want to mun sami yeli na na yaka iti bebe masa bigi na mo nyame nyame na oyan sentura me masula mini baby da sami yari party da nyame na wasam yabe aude oba nyame abo westela mo shege si popo heart no de oba nyame abo westela motivate you body go ke mama atafu onyansro ya mama na yeso ne ma no no mama wakada nyame ayaso no na wa you know akuido nya ya no ko mama una meleka na ya wode na meleka abantu mun sami yeli na yaka asisi ko shemuko wakikane me ni bina menke ono wenyi muda on the phone so the phone pack so ya phone na wale guide no sisi ko shemuko wakikane me ni bina menke ono wenyi muda on the phone so the phone pack so ya phone na wale guide no be my soul yeah bro yeah bro mama tafu yaso ya mama ma yeso na man no mama wakada nyame ayaso no na wa you know akuida ya no ko na shesha ya be ya wahabia kama ya no long time Missy Mesha ya ba fa wahabia kama fa no long time Brother Mesha ya be ya wa no wa ya na kama ya den Missy Mesha ya ba fa wa no ogwa na kama fa da do Nanti se wa mu ko mo o tu ka da be ni na menka yo ni mi da na ko si se wa sha mu ko wa tu ka da be ni na menka yo ni mi da na ko so da fa mu pa ka fa fa na wale da
Time exactly 12 minutes.
Abedim Pars Come Kofiki Nata The hustle and a pa on your rabbit queen. I had a yanda and be maybe me. Fisensa 1 year you man did it. Na million and didi. Dance so make a baby baby no I no name me better than them. Amanya me uninya da ki ya go to some as you see what show. What can them in the na menke ono when you there on the phone. So the phone pack so ya phone na wale guide no see what show. What can them in the na menke ono on the phone, so the phone pack so ya phone na wale guide no. Shadi mame una meleka na yawo de na meleka. I want to mun sami yeli na na yaka. Iti bebe masa bigi na mo nyame nyame na oyan sentura me masula mini baby da sami yari party da nyame na wasam yabe aude oba nyame abo westela. Mo shege si popo heart no Oba nyame abawo westelma motivate you body go ke mama atafu onyansro ya mama na yeso ne ma no no mama wakada nyame ayaso no na wa you know akuido nya ya no ko
Maxima Baye do na no siabo.
As is see question what can they mean the binamente or the way you put on the phone. So
Mammy Moachi, my more crab. Right.
What can they mean the binamente or the way you put on the phone. So the phone got us with the phone our be my soul. Shaya Baya Habia, Kamaya no long time. Missy Mesha Shaya Bafa Habia, Kama for no long time. Brother Mesha Shaya Baya Wahano Waya, Kamaya then. Missy Mesha Shaya Bafa Wahano Oguana, Kama for that job. Nothing is your way. What you got a baby in a mental, you be done. Yama yetie for akwaba yasama muate kwasi atena se dada na mre no nti yamfa de bokrata no mre yebeko peace na yasan ne mu aba betena bio de bokrata daily guide na mede mamuate asama mu akwaba wode yakukuda mu mfoni abeto anim ha Canada akompre kwa Japan ena owura kojopoku MPP amanyoko headquarters wo storm ho esanse party ni to nsafre wonum se womre na nsem bia wode tu dwa no womra metretire mu wotra se anipa dumiensa ena tamale court etututu e course wo womu ate wonum wa yeti womu kwa akogina emra no IGP tape no a ebeto dwa ya committee ni guso a waye nsesemu no COP mensa ewrade ya admo a wotena womu to nsafre ne se womra na wo mepiem wo committee no anim yekum wo bi ewo galamsey site ye fra no pa kofi NDC amanyo ko chese wo de electoral commission be court esan se
sa voter registration exercise no a wɔbɛyɛ no wɔse wɔn trɛtrɛ mu nso wɔse baabi a wɔpɛ ɛhɔ na wɔde bɛgyina na Ghanaian public anim ha de ubokrata yi di aba no wɔkyɛ sɛ wɔwura kwabene gye Japan ɛna wɔsɔ gyɛseɛ sɛ betumi ankiyama ononyamfo Francis Adenimo ɛna Honorable Boatie Jaako wɔn nyinaa contest ɛnyɛ hwee electrochem ɛyɛ Magdan dia ɛyɛ bea kɛseɛ bi a wɔada a wɔtu nkyene ɛnɛ Ghana mampani His Excellency Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo obekwa akɔpa ho ntoma fɛfɛɛfɛ ɛwɔ adaasɔngɔ ononyamfo edutum ɔyɛ mmarahyɛbɛtani wɔsan yɛ minister of education ɛne wɔde adesrɛdeɛ ma teacherfoɔ sɛ wɔn support no na reforms yɛ kɔ soɔ no ntumi animu NDC amanyɔkuo bɔntrɛne sɛ wɔde electoral commission bɛkɔ court ɛsiane sɛ naso ɛyɛ ayɛ den. The Chronic de Bokrata n'anim ha mampani Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo ɛne wɔ kasa a wɔtrɛ sɛ Ghana ɛpo no yɛkyɛfa no deɛ yɛyɛ dea no ɛhɔ yɛ safe paa paresi bi ani hɔ anworɔ bɛsentaataa obiara ɛwɔ ɛpo no deɛ yɛyɛ dea so enti mu a mudi gye mommra World Bank foɔ boa NHI na wɔn atumi increase membership no nti ɛne wɔde sika nte sɛ ɛde ma yɛn Judge ni anu watena konyam watamale ebra no mu di asɛm wantukwasi ye posini ba ko ya ade se said asi posini no rescue judge no edi free na konyam na baby a wode ne fa ya wode ni dwane ye no wo mu boss a posini no abaso Youth Employment Agency wo ma start disburse sika no government tentaza model ya wo mu trɛtrɛ nkɔfo no ɛho sika nso aba wɔte de akɔakɔyɛ wadwuma the find that the Bokrata n'anim ha mampani Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo no wɔte sɛ ɛpo no deɛ yɛyɛ dea no yɛabɔ ho ban paa nti nipa bɔnefoɔ ntumi mmɔ nwuram ɛne wakɔtaata nkɔfoɔ wɔ po so Youth Employment foɔ sika no a mesi wɔ mu disburse ɛde ama 2,540 beneficiaries ɛnnɛ no wɔde ho asɛm ɛsan ɛde aba doctor wɔsɛ ya wɔde tum ɛsrɛ teacherfoɔ headmasters ɛne wɔn mu ɛmata ɛwɔ adesua mu nyinaa sɛ nsakraya a wɔn mu yɛ wɔ Ghana adesua mu no wɔmfa wɔn ho ntim bi First Lady Alanti o wɔsema mi yɛnyɛ nipa ayɛ pɛ mu deɛ wɔba betumi ayɛ bɛrima betumi ayɛ nso a yɛma wɔn mu nyinaa akonya na wɔnyɛ no fɛfɛɛfɛ Daily Dispatch de Bokrata anim ha what I say over a year ago, Afiba Kwa Babesi Koni, June 23rd, 2022. Headlines yabaye any or see Canada Japan bet to me a B2 on your young for Alan Kojotramantin. Na Lantramantia Quacotoso Ted, or dear Semi Batu Jano, and call for so pan one so as some our kaye and a daho. Electoral Commission resort to a PMuno. Wasembu ho akonta wa hanum se MPP amanyoko ebra wo mo kwa akotu abayi Frank Kurafo no resort no wabu no tot di aba Ghana ye bold economic reforms ya eso aba IMF fo na ebo ya baso yi Mustafa Hamid en wotre se oto naba Edema His Excellency the Vice President Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia esan se onope ɛna NDC foɔ esuro no NDC amanyɔkɔ bɔntrɛne sɛ wɔde maame gye mensa ɛne electoral commission ɛkɔ akɔpie mu ɛwɔ court the insight the Bokrata anim hanso wɔtrɛ sɛ sɛdeɛ yɛyɛ a BRICS wɔn mu aspande atrɛtrɛ mu a ɛde kɔ aman ahodoɔ a wɔpɛ so wɔ ne wɔto abasakɔ mu no ɛno nso ho asɛm ɛwɔ ha wɔse katasesa ne proye People's Redemption Movement ɛna wɔn kasetia MPP amanyɔkuo ɛna NDC amanyɔkuo sɛ katasesa ne proye jinhini wɔ Ghana ɛyɛ sɛ kɔ emienu a go force foɔ na ɛbɔ Gensa energy foɔ aba so sɛ wɔn atumi aboa ama wɔn anya sustainable power ɛwɔ mines no watasa tension bi eboboba ewo osino sa apolisifoɔ ante ansimu a nananom manso tibi ekoso no emoja betumi asiegu abusia bɛkɔ peace 104.3 FM so ɛnɛ yɛ tawuku ada kwasi atena ase ensam bebree ɛwɔ ha
ɛna ɛyɛ ɔsana August bosome de ɛtɔ so aduasa wuku ada anɔpa no nsa ka sɛ bɔ free peace 104.3 FM ɛna ɔma de hyɛ yɛsi nkonnwa a yɛde brɛma no pɛ yi kasɛbɔ na moki FM ne nita FM ɛka peace FM ho ɛwɔ hye pass abɛka Johnson Accra Hello FM wɔ Kumasi stations babro 100 nso so agye kasɛbɔ ya no pɛ yi ɛde kwatuma wɔ fiefie anwuma mu kasa wodoɔ nyinaa mu ni mobile phone so ma de hyɛ tie bi social media so wobɔ peace 104.3 FM no be no care fed obeba straight ama wawe say your Facebook Twitter Zoom WhatsApp TikTok ewe na ye wo ho esme ba no pay bi ni
Aprosifo a wo mo ho nsam abepie mu ewo audio bi a epi abonte enam so ama kande mantifi mantemu NPP dwemkyerɛ ne agye atum so no na record ye no atodwa sɛ wo mo ka ho nyina nyame ya adom da ya wada wo ma bepiem ewo committee no enem
o ma post adwumeku ehwe sɛ adrafo ne asenkafo ba hwɛ di nsesɛyɛ wɔ kwantempɔ so MTTD adefofra wo mo de ba so yɛ dra ni na so wendi nsesɛyɛ wɔ kwan so a obi an stop na nso so ye behu akye wo no wɔn de hu adesua kokuma se
Ghana Hotels Association so de krata kɔma PURC fa enyiramu nkane na afa ensuo bu a hwira na ehwiri kɔsoro no ho
atim so adrom ra se badwani ahyebɔ sɛ mampani na nadodan kwakufu adone na ban Ghana fo nyi wonni obeya kwan ni na kama
ye kwam no ne ensemu nso so a emma ne ma wom do chiri wom mema ne mema wom do chiri wom ho wom akoye party bi ewo Nigeria memu ama prosifo akoto ahye wom eso we ne nsankan hodo na no pɛ yabobɔ ne nyina no esinkonwa de besomo ye de asede ne kabea Masizi Eba Center wadaroma or the CB men capsules CB women capsules CB soap or the tire chi dependable herbal home de adom kwai plus capsules and mixture eboa yen adom pi away mixture and the capsules and Adom Malake. JA Buying Company Limited at the buying stain remover. Any new buying 20 disinfectant at Tayechi, Kivo hot pepper mokosho, levels natural capsules, and onga soya bean protein chunks. Numekoya da Roma, yeah, this way chocolate drink eka hono motayechi, miade no siaka sibwe abesomo. I can kind for a me, mame biama kwa for me name.
Oh, hinena kwame amo. Omai post adwumeku nkrabata wo mo hwese adrafo bedi nseseye wo ya kwantempon so Motor Traffic and Transport Department MTTD ense bia no mbeba amane se nipa tunani ananim anu akonti wo masese wo mudwumedie mu kakra ama wo mo de nseseye bia ba ya frɛ no traffic tech na sa traffic tech DH no eno wo ya drani na se wonam kwan so na red asogon se kuro bi so bayifo wa wani tuasa traffic hina so gon asatade ye demonstration na so wani da ho na with the full speed atwam hwim sa kroma wa kwachi akokoba police ni bia nu obanso gina wa obepeja ne nsa akosoro a stop se gina dabi sa traffic tech GH na sha ase a wunhu sa biem wa wani tua no parking ya trabo wo se yenyina wa ha ensini wa gina fa obi wa gina si obi eyo so obi ehu camera ehu o na camera ni be twa video asan so twa picture enya twa video twa picture ni wi a wo wa bonse o mobile phone so penenenenenene obekwa kwahwe no na yedu o kabra wo se wo eda sei ebiri sei utwemu o red light o kani ekotia ebiri sei eda sei no park kotia we ayan sese ya MTTD say wo mo de aba ebeboa abo adrabafo a passenger fo ene obi bia wonam kwan so ho ban afiri esan musuo atorancham nya akwansia mu a ebia wo mo de ba boa ma adrabafo titiriu wo mo de sese ya ewo kwantempon eso Chief Superintendent Alexander Kwaku Oben one Director of Education Research and Training ewo MTTD Police Headquarters and what is a bit to Jamra Sa dia ebe yi ɛho nhyehyɛeɛ wɔm de kɔ Kumase.
Nimdia oduma komade adum nipa a ebi ye technology aba ye no maba efo kwan so e de ye nya danse e de court e de ase nipa wafom wo Ghana mamra kwan so e wo car kobadi ho hye e de aba efo hye na eba nya fe na bisuma ani mani na migina ho na akomirika na mfuturo di ni to ofa red na was manfam enya no na emum atwetwa mfoni a ye camera eno na sese ibi asa ma nyina de adwuma a no se twawa tentan so na kɔ prosi eyu esese ye di nipa no ekojina mrani nanim efise yewo adanse a emu ya fikofiko na no ene ato no din traffic GH ni nyina ne se police ye de camera ba afi nani ade asan ade achion ehumutuo ensuoto esiho ebi hyekam ebi ta edua ho ewo kwanso a se ukomirika ma ne broso a ukofa real light mu a wanya insurance a road edi no o car so hwe se obebo ho ba mba mpomu ayedwuma wanye ne car goso ena aso de besi kwanso a ene esa camera yi se prosi adakora eno de na afi nani police invisible eyes are watching hwew ne epre nani se ofa real light ma komirika na de ho adanse no atoa police wo police dan mu.
Ya yetini ni ye superintendent Alexander Kwaku Oben Oko MTTD Police Headquarters one year Director of Education, Research and Training. Samson Kwame na mention a German boy free Kumase ebai.
Afi 2023 nsema hodo pi na ababesie na atwamo ekɔ bi nso gusu ho hɔ no mo a ye ka ho asɛm fa ye sika sɛm ne agwade ho ntotoye ne ho nkro ne ba bɔne ahodo a ɛkɔ so a ɛne ebebre no a ɛna etwa gu na ba ko a edi ahimbe ewo mu eye enkomo bi a Ghana ha mpanyimfo binom ekotena se a wo mu edie na ba ko record sa nkomo ni nyina na enkowie chire na kyese eye po bi a wo mu ebo se betumi anka posi sanyene IGP yentu na akonwa so yenyini firi hono esan se eniema bi anka wo mu hye esan ko beye ede aboa aban ye ote akonwa so no enya de a wo ye o se wo mu chances pa ete betumi anka yenyini firi hono kra na fe foforo a obetumi aboa ama aban ne wo ye bia etimi akosoto oten no watimi aye na sa audio ye ebepie mu abonten and Speaker of Parliament the Right Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagben epaw abedwako se wo mu hwehwem animanim ye na wo mu fa ho sunsanso no emra metudwa ne yenka yenhwese bia sa mpanyimfo a yebubu wo mu din na ampampa se eye won ene wo mu ana enam so ma committee no wo ma hye wo ma dwuma sentinya no dwoada ene wo mu to nsa efre nipa ba ko musu se ne ewo mu aka ne no na ye dwamtsania no oda NPP amayoko no ano ewo mantifi mantembodo ye wura bugri na abu na wo moto nsa efre no no opanye no wa ma committee na mre kora ene ye wo kan no kura bi ewo mu e ma che so ogina so kora bobo aprosifo mpanyimfo a wo no wo mu si nkonwa edi saa enkomo no na committee no dwemtania woda no yewura Samuel Atachia ono na ye boakwa South na shebedwane na wode ato dwabra one santwafo atwetwe nkomo ese ebra wo moto nsa efre chama bugri na abu no wa moma amre ene wo kan nokura bi ewo mu Ghana fo nyina animsam ese nokura san wo no ene record sa audio no no wo mpa asem a ese bi a wo ba be ka cho na afi wo kɔ ka kire wo bi na wakoda dan mu anase wayi bi afri mu di bi aka ho wo penukure todo no to no hye da record wo mo se ne ebe ya wo de ba kɔ kire mampanyi na mampanyi ahunu ne wo manfo no ehwehwe na watimi aye ede amo wo mo na wo kyese sa ne no aprosifo mpanyimfo bi ewo mu ya chama bugri na abu ebobo wo mu edin eye COP George Alex Mensa waka ho bi superintendent Asare ena superintendent Emmanuel JB na sa mpanyimfo miensen ena chairman of that committee no ano honorable Samuel Atachia babonte dia betudwa ese committee na asetena edi ho no ebeba so nyame ya adom a wo kyena eya wo August bo so me da etwa to okra na sa mpanyimfo miensen ena omba bepiem e wo committee no anim nani wo munim efa sa audio no ho bia no eno so wo mo ababechiremu e de ache committee no say speaker hwani mu esahwiebe September bosumi ebekwa akowura mu ne de to so edu ena committee no bewie won adwuma nyina e de wo report abeto speaker enim
na emra se bedwani ogina de ma de hye wo atim so aduro e honorable Kennedy nyako asayi yesi ye kyekira ne de asoa wo ento no aye ne se akwan bi a wo atim so aduro wodi fira atim so aduro ko atim aduasa ekwa akosi apoli ningo wonu ade ni bekwa akwa akɔhwe sasem hia yɛmfa nsoma baatan na wakoye kobo ne nya ko ma we se de contractor eniabere eya akwan no na wakowe wie ye no ne nsamtrefo kasa enu ogina aban na emu dia no ho ba e ma Ghana for se obi ankena kuma ntu ne yem se de mpani sense o ofa ana obi bi ne kankabi millipede ana centipede na so wu a wenya wo kra ne bia no wenya odan wenya sikabum enka wanka wade odi beja wo sa na mampani na adodan kwakufu ado ene MPP aban sa wom do mama mbo ko wie ya wo menya Ghana fo we kra no akwanpa de wom de beja Ghana fo wo se wo ka se yi aban na ni ku akwanya wodo wa Ghana ha se yi a eye se bia kwanfo enye de mu tutu ntokrontokro emu ntokro kase a chan weduro ene se metra ho amona asa ka na emu na esa mezo ene akapopo no wo se aban be ni na eno dan chen ya ka ekwanya sunfuturo ka fa so pe na o cha atade white a wonduru baby a wokọ na ya atade ne tie ndai baby aye brown baby aye white enu sei wo se ni na aban beye amia nam ka no so a muton honorable Kennedy Nyako say
if you have almost about 70% of what kind now on pave with different issues, you should expect that definitely people will agitate. Say, you may acquire. But the young then say, a ban way, Nana Kufadu Abai, but what the home modern papa. No government in our history, and why acquire said the Ayan and Ado Danko Kufadu, MPP Abai, Ayan, Abai behind you, Lisa. But your problem, you're challenging a dozen. Now, man, agitation, and so no, baby, as well as a coin, so a cost baby. No more the young Shas, so they will definitely agitate. The cost of road construction or Kumwa are very expensive. No government can even use 10 years to construct or solve our problem or our road problems in this country. It will take some time. I have a so any best Ghana for and concern can what they are.
Atim so drum na se bedwani Kennedy Nyako say ya na tie ne no na no akire yi ena kwabna for wi wa atim dan a woton krama despite media. One managing director a that's so good engineering and construction limited a wo ne abo mo paase wo mo nya kwan no fiti atim so duro ko atim aduasa kwa kosi apoli ningo owura Frank Kofi Aduchum one engineer adwetwen komo ena engineer bo amane se akwan de wo mo yese de obi anitua no na wo mo yekuafo ese akwan na wo mo yenti wo mo fuo enwo kan ye no obi ankana komanto ne yem aban ye nhwe wo mo sa akwa empatase ka bia ese fata wo mo no obi ansa beka ne de
Anselo eba besi aguasa no 5 kilometers and no ya be clear aye gutters aye paving e wo kwan no na kwan na kasa kese ne 8 meters ya ma me ne ya na no makuafo no so bebie popo ene ne ma abakwan no sebu anya ye pese ye betutu aye den agu Bible mra kwan susu hia eti so bi wo na ya fom na ne meka ne se ofante ya ne MP ene aban ne fida ro supanfo aye hyehyɛ kakra se ya ye bi hu akuafo no na ya no maka na mpatade kakra ebetumi dia pata ya ma me akuafo no so amomo akomato mu yemu no yebusu aye ne the DC ene MP no akuafo na hia empremie nu
ya tenen kan ye Owura Frank Kofi Aduchum director wa da so good engineering and construction limited ano eno no kwabna fori amane boni
Association of Ghana Hotels and Ra Womukruchen Sembi Gunkrata so Edekoto Public Utility Regulatory Commission name efa ensuring Kania Boa Yasan Atumuno Ebio na President Odeku Yano Dr. Edward Aka Nyameke Jr. and Wochemu ese PRC for womo eto enyina mahode enafe ensuo ebumu a na chese womutumu no hamobupen enwotwe echiripo emiensa nanso womo bill ebaye no na ehwiri ko 167%. Obi amwatum 8.3% no. Ebaye no na wamwatum 167%. Ya wamchese February etwa mwaba besi May busume no na ene wamo enko yie. Amwa wamkra. Etu wamu sa debi eniyeme bi atosini. Eti awasu wamutimi ni commission etenase. Nanso enhyiamwa wodo a wamo akwa kan nyina no. Enya dia commission edi wamuti emma wamkra. Enam so Ghana Hotels Association wɔn adwene sɛ wɔn bɛte atua na wɔn atwe nkontwa fa kurom ɛde atentaskɔ kwato fam ɛde akyerɛ PURC ɛne aban nyinaa ɛsɛ nneɛma a ɛha wɔn na ɛdɔɔso paa nanso kamafoɔ ɛne hwan ɛnyina mu anwɔden ne nsuo boa yɛ a yɛato mu yi sɛ tie nie wɔn na ɛbɛka bi ɛde ama wɔn kyerɛ sɛ wɔn twɛtwɛn krataa ne ade kɔma PURC foɔ a ne zo ne nyinaa wɔdayɛ enti wɔn kyerɛ sɛ bibi pɛ bi amfiri mu amade a ɛde Ghana ha sɛ wotentaskɔ kɔ ɛto fam na ade ntoma kɔkɔ bɔ otip de bi bɔ nsa ɛde bi bɔ wo yam kyerɛ sɛ wani abere kɔ a ɛno no usu saa mpanyimfoɔ taa tie paa etie ne saa na wɔn bɛyɛ no nanso ɛntimi ama so esan sɛ wɔn nuanom apolisifoɔ ɛsɛ wɔn ntimi mɛbɔ wɔn ho ban.
The Public Utilities Regulatory Commission any issues concerning the February tariffs no more adjusted. Among cancel almost adjusted water tariffs by 8.3%. Then so yes, bills no buy and then 107% increase. Also, 167%. Into we in Saka ya draw more so my reply, but and co to send and I says the match every financial press center or ACO or officer. And so police for the car tanker on my protection or mamba. Yes, I say again that full and pass and the petition for my period.
Nanuachi na Dr. Aka Nyameke esandi atu dwache mu se nienti a womantimi anto anambon anko yo ye kire anto teskokko anto fom amani panyina ne aban tituru enhunu se wom soso ebre no aprosifo kire se nyade a wombetimi abom ho ban se ne mmra ese no nano ene wom kire se wom ne aprosifo no ekokohia mu mom ebra wom kopie mu PURC fo wom asoeye
and me ho kakra efa o say o me won public sector no the letter called Ghana Police no in line with the Public Order Act and not just o person o ye tribia na say o ye o notify and I will say on more that protection the letter no call to me meeting back on friend commander ni okwa we ni eventually meeting number so and no ya come cham see and say ni Mexico no montimi ya come on back then so you go through PRC ho no na omo they were there for whatever reason that means that they are more concerned about the PRC than so being citizens making our request. I think it's very unfair.
Any I would see ye president you know and the Association of Ghana Hotels and no Dr. Edward Aka Nyameke yenua basika yim ena eneno atwetwe enkomo utie kasebo peace 104.3 ye dan ye ho agenkrato ye ba ye beto aso
so wakoma ho hyehyew ana ebo periperi de broni kan hardware no a edi na sese wo ye na se wo yam so atim so
wo be pack na farmer Martin's liver salt tira kwan entem ahwie nsu agu glass mo ate Martin's liver salt no ba kwa no na wo de agum
wo be hu se ehuru wa glass ni mu na wa nom Martin's liver salt ye won orange flavor ana ba ko so ye plain
wonu mu a ho beto na mum edi na anu na ho ntowo a ko hu doctor
Amen. Herbal and Alternative Medical Hospital Bain and a Black History and America, China, Ghana, and African penny for Bonabaso say, or so much for Yaria and what's upon temper.
Amen Scientific Hospital. I am Sabia, a one for Demo Maso, Yodaswa, a chow yadiano, a sounds so yadi.
How many experts our Yaria Quancro, make check chronic, one run when numb, or Dr. Fonia nurse for what's a ma, and more yaf for any opinion.
Amen Scientific, and you have what the homeopathy, natural party, and a reflexology now.
Say I wanna wope, and I will hear it same point to Tumrika Yaria experts. Amen Scientific ho. Now inshallah, I'm with the dance said the Ghana Fonia Butcher for AD dancing.
Accra, Amen Scientific Herbal, I will domain, Oben Snake Flat, and Alashibi, Klagon, Eben Shaman Road, and Abridgewa.
I'm in one Krabatabu eduno. 84 numbers in one Chadia Benwo 0245 275254 and now 020 722 9505. Amen Scientific Herbal and Alternative Medical Hospital.
Allow Shafi, Yamini Yarisa.
Amanfo, the Amoka Chef Freddy's Corner home appliances
Or the Abba, Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Center.
Home appliances are a ye papabia, a biwo
Brands Bain, Media, Samsung, Kaiweb, TCL,
TV, air conditioner, freezers, fridges, water dispensers, and Nidia Kekeka home. Nia ubenya good warranty dear. Ko Freddy's Corner home appliances ukokumemle.
CCTV, a Boama monitor of properties, any business at anywhere in the world.
CCTV need the home. A wood detector, clear pictures, Wi-Fi connector. Utimi connect my phone. Now monitor baby a wo wiasibia.
Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Abeka Freddy's Corner a Joshua Hodwa or Tom phones and a home accessories no.
Fresh 0544 959195 and 020 7937323 and now so Brako Komemle City Light in Chehwa. Na ya can discount any achadia ubetiasie.
Freddy's Corner,
home of authentic home appliances, phones, and its accessories.
Tune it in, turn it up,
Peace FM,
and rip off the knobs.
We abusiafo ye ko wie kase bono wa manone ensemo na Nigeria maimu na prosifo chese womo ache emema makoma ko besa ahenu 200 ya muzu se womo ye mema womo do chiri womo eho wo dwumadie biase a ekoso wo Delta State na 4 FM na womo hwepetita kramudi a emu besa aduosia enso 67 de womo de sobo ebebo womo bra womo ye hwehwemu awie na wo kyeremu se ebra ememe womo atusa womo la so ma to santen na santwefo ewo ho no mo na enra wo mo de etu dwase wo mo enye mema wo mo do chiri wo mo na emom no wo mo ye fashion designers ebi nso wo mo ye photographers ebi nso wo mo ye models na ye to nsa from se wo mo mra na dwumadie no a ekoso no wo mo so emeboa bi na wo mo kyeremu se mema na ba ko kyere se prosifo wo mo ahyedem saa wo mo nya nsuo kura ennom na afi wo mo mobile phones so no yaje afri wo mo ensem na prosifo wo mo kasamafo DSP Bright edafe en wodi to dwache mu se emema ne mema wo mu do chiri wo mu sa suban gaysm ne sa ne ma no enya de ombe so ne ene kyena e wo Nigeria manum wo mu so da bia da isan se ya bonefo sama bayisam pa ya enya de omba akogye e de afiri amanonefo enchen se no wo mu e baba besua na wo kyemu se anadwo da suombe no mienu ebremu e na sa mena ntie nyina ye kye wo mu enano edwoada no na ne nyina kofa ba e ye abrante bi anu ahye emata ade enam ho no mo anwumere no mu na prosifo hunu na wo mo eche no ne no ena oni prosifo nkomo twetwe mu a wo mo tototo na no anu wo kase ai wo no wo ka ge abusuafo bi ho na wo mo ye dwumadie bi wo hotel bi emu ena odi prosifo ni mu a di won tenta na chese wo mo ekoto wo mo so pe eye dwada na ahemadache na emema no mienu wo mo hunu se ba ko ahye emata ade a chese asa ye frata ade wo mo eye wedding wo ho ena ba ko nso so ahye na tade te se bema a ye ono so ya ifukunu na prosifo ehunu se wo mo saka video bi ye chese na wedding bi ekoso ena nam so am wo masiesu wo mo ho a chese mema ne mema wo mo ewade na sa mema nyina babonte dia beto dwase so bu prosifo de bo wo mo no enye no krede bia da na emom no wo mo de wo mo ye fashion designer na so wo mo pam ntade ntade na prosifo hunu se hyehye wo mo no eye de wo mo apam a wo mo de model nti wo ma to nsa frɛ nkrofo amon baba hotel ho no mo a chese wo ma create platform wo mo model fa so koba ne ade a se de modeling for no wo mo eye no ebi na no wo mo ye nemum no enya ade a wo mo ye gay se de prosifo ka no
kaseba ena wukuo August bosome da toso duasa no pay ye de fa Peace FM so brɛ mo no aha na brɛ be ma kwan ema ye de esie enmeko ya da roma
Yedi asida eni kabia Masuzi Herbal Center won ene desibi men capsules eye memedro so kwa bema wunya binum eboa pa ma otimi dwunso eyie ma wo bema mu da ho kama ma bibia ekoyie ede ma sibi men women capsules so eye medro so kwa wo ba wo fichiko ho sema ye bisi basa no bi ebeboa sansiesie ahemfi ho no mo ama sibi soap ye di twie na ho eye pedicure papa na wo di twu na ho 19 na papa kra no a ebekeka si ama wo 19 aye tonton tonton fefefe wo de to chawo mu aya kono ba bi eto nro bia okwa ubenya enre bi ato eto phone fresh 0247 111671 and that's 0246 578 dependable herbal home kofa by what the Adum Quiplex capsules and mixture ye di to KWASI koko no set saying what draw any Adum Quiplex capsules and mixture beboa wo yie pa sanso na Adum pia we mixture and the capsules so ye de A2 hunam tutuo se bi aposo yo ya usisi ye wo ya wa chiri bremu etutuwa ma uhun ya wonya ho uyo bi ahotutu ankasa wo so a what draw Adum pia we mixture and ne capsules no Adum malake eno so ka ho bia and the 2 and 3D yare malaria ase baby eto no bia okwa obenya bi ato eto phone fresh 0242 223 555 JA Buying Company Limited ni one kofa by or the buying stain remover any new buying 20 disinfectant ya say ama ye fie mu ati say wine floor tiles wall tiles na odi aya floor no tiles na odi aya walls no wash basins mu water closet mu na asensen a ma wonsanka bi na fatwitwi ho no mu nyina kama ho beten wan na fe mo wa mo anketenkete so a etai ema yenyarewa yemfie ni kosue ehunu wo mo no ekuo mu nyina afi ho no mo terrazzo floor anasa terrazzo walls nso na wuyu so a enkekan wa na akeka kamu ni ade ma ne fe no atekwa bo modern say the buying stain remover ni new buying 20 disinfectant TB wo de be fam na chese wo de atwitwu apepa ho no mu nyina kama na ho no mo atese wan menua bonus ebeja wa chire no eye hwenhwema de sonko ntie ne obepa wie no na ehwa ye hwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwehwhyehwhyehwhyehwhyehwhyehwhyehwhyehwhyehwhyehwhyehwhyehwhyehwhyehwhyehwhyehwhyehwhyehwhyehwhyehwhyehwhyehwhyehwhyehwhyehwhyehwhyehwhyehwhyehwhyehwhyehwhyehwhyehwhyehwhyehwhyehwhyehwhyeh Baby, China Mall, ShopRite, Game, Dream Bell, Ubenye Biato, Upe Biato Ato for 0243 104883 and a 0541808096. Kivo Hot Pepper, Moko Show, Adriane Ben and Ope Wonwa, Nawie Wonwa, Nanumre, Wonwa Diame Busia Fono, Adriane Ben, a Wonwa Kwakusia Bontain, Diana and a restaurant Monwa, Chop Bar for a Dia and a Monwa, Momodin says a Mopemeko Kain, already made Mekodia, a Kivo Hot Pepper, ya said that is in the Kama, Edia Mamwa, Ed na Yanso, Minia, Bomodema on Sa and Kivo Hot Pepper, na Adriane Den Enue Paye. Levels natural capsules so any a boy man kasa e momo pe mu grow eso ani e yakama e yakono e sham anti bema wo premature ejaculation or sexual weakness bia bomode se bema wonsa etimi akabie sanso e na wo ye bema usisi tayo ya na oba usisi tayo ya Levels natural capsules ebe boa opa yi wafisa ha no mo oba watenka e wompem atekofom ma wonsanka Levels natural capsules wate na ebe boa ama atenkana san asori biem amwani age e wompem wo pebi ato a Repage Ventures wo kan shi Colinoc Herbal e wo Kumase ubetimi afre Levels e wo 0599 056 033 and a 0599 670 402 Onga soya bean protein chunks so any we eka Mama's helping hand busuano eho minua omega 3 ewo mu protein ewo mu iron ewo mu and afesukra naturally ankasa no cholesterol eye free eti bomode de na wo twen froye na wo ya eno ane se onga soya bean protein chunks ube soki ne kakra bi na wachi eti froye na de biagum jollof na wo ye na de biagum fried rice wo ye na de biagum ne obawi nse ya mo apantan hi ye kama obetimi dia exercise ojo okra nkasa mesrewa ma wonsanka bi FD age atomo ye what this way chocolate drink anope dio hia ye enso hye nwumako ya dawroma na anope wo mobo echidom ma yede kasebo no eba besomo yadam nyina ase abamomo enitie.
Welcome to when
Mame biama kwafo
na me besrao
medas
na Nigeria give for no mtete omo ye fashion show
yankomra
otwea wa dan come better.
Welcome to Wednesday morning.
Bra, medas. And yes, we can for buying stain remover. Any new buying 20 disinfectant. Emma, Mia, and come me clean a sea de qua.
Some can say house help. ana cleaner ɛntwi tarazo floor and wall tiles sink wash basin and water closet so yia ɛnyɛ fault wa ɛwɔ sɛ wotɔ ban stain remover ɛma no ɛbɛyɛ nkeka wa bia firi hɔ neat
saa pɛpɛpɛ na ban stain remover ayɛ
na new ban 20 disinfectant yɛ highly perfumed hwehwehwam yɛ wɔde pepa afiafie mu hotels restaurants offices hospitals factories schools colleges universities churches and mosques no so
ama haye kama obie ni age
ɛbɛsa kum germs and bacteria horo no
bind stain remover any bind 20 disinfectant
ne gallons and bottles no different sizes na afu obi atimi to bi our shopping malls Melcom Shoprite China Mall Palace Game Dream Bell My 11 Botiano etufo amfra producers no JA Bani and Co 0243 10 48 83 and 0541 80 96.
Me that say.
Mr. and Mrs. The mama praise the Lord. Hey, Pastor. Hallelujah. The trust of them who sit them here. Then we are beyond what according to our church.
Hey, Pastor. If we say me kunu fa, me do CB men's capsules. Na me so me no ma dear CB women's capsules. What I know? Any job be free pa.
Praise God, praise God.
CB men's capsules. I best some in Pemure, enemy so yale and no abundance now we can never form no and na yasia aya na ya na fichi problem no CB women's capsules are beginning in every so
maya come see me that day munti me rapon ya na obefie
and coming going
CB men and women capsules Susie Herbal Center Ghana man madam say apefo abata wo mo manufo ne mofra woni mfie dumienu nka ho our pharmacies chemical herbal shops nyina mu atufo frɛ Susie Herbal Center 0247 11 16 71 after 0246 57 87 50
CB men and women capsules.
Ubadun so feel. Hey, you also go. Ebdi ahwehwe edwadie nkratoe mu agye atom. O jamne wife ni o. O mo trase.
Aji. Mrs. Koko yi di mani. Wo de oni megina ho.
Aya ka sesa. 17 pon trase.
Me wura. Ahanso. Me ne wonama. Ugo mani mu asododo.
Oba enkasa. Koko duro de. Eno ani Adum Queplex capsules. Ene ne mixture o.
Adum Queplex capsules. Ene ne mixture.
Ane ebe usisi yare na firi so. Ama ho atokora.
Enkameda na se papa.
Ha. Na aduro no so we enka o. Eye adwuma nkasa.
I see.
The same dia fifiri mi. Adum Co ointment. Enam dia asawa bo mo yeso a. Atifiri ho kora. Boko.
Ke enye fedi agro. Me hu tire me. Sisi yare ni koko. Ami me ko pepi ato sisi a.
Adum Queplex capsules. Ene ne mixture. Ena afi Adum Co ointment o hoyi. Enso achiri. Our pharmacies, herba, and over the counter medicine sellers. A pen for about time or more money for no kwada when if you do see anka ho. Atufo mfre dependable herba home. Medina New Road, Greenhouse. And a Kaswanso opposite Deltus International School. 0242 22 23 555.
FDIG ejeduen krato ya tu.
August 30, 2023. Mema munyina chi mama kwaba ni 100.9 Ghana Montie so na ene ukwe yatna se ya no pajume die ya de bremu. Efa me kwesi ABOAGYE na me di dwumedie ho chia me ntie fi sabre kopem be se no do ni eche dia me ne wa na TAFDA so your station our station your early morning riser your hanum say yanka guma no pay na yenimu eni eyankomoy
raise concerns and other things that you think wasn't right during the Super Delegate Congress. So what can you say about all this?
Let's just focus on why we are here. What happened to my colleague on Saturday was an act of total indiscipline and indecent behavior. How do we, as a decent party, go into an election, particularly at the level of super delegates, superintend such behavior? I mean, look, we all joined the NPP because of our commitment to the values of the party. But what is happening clearly shows that this is not what we bargained for by joining the party. I'm not going to tolerate this kind of behavior. It doesn't make sense. And when we cannot conduct ourselves as a family, trying to select a leader, in a peaceful and organized manner, how do we intend to be able to do the same kind of process when we have 230 people gathered? 200,000 plus 1,000 people gathered, So I'm frankly very disturbed about what has happened. The party must not put a shine on this kind of incident. And we'll have to try and understand why this should happen. So, in an internal election.
Going forward, November is just around the corner, and we will also go ahead with these delegations. And what do you have to say going forward?
My brother, my interest now is about the health of my colleague here. Let us focus on that. That is why we are here. And then we'll deal with those things at that time. Thank you very much.
Even with the first day of hearings, it is very clear that indeed, as the testimony went, and I'm trying not to get into the work of the committee, but it's very, very clear that the authenticity of the tape, that indeed this happened, that indeed there was an occasion where this tape was recorded. And so I think that it confirms the worry I had. And I wish the committee well. I believe that they will get to the bottom of these issues and to make sure that all who have listened to this tape are addressed. I mean, it should not happen in Ghana that people who have been entrusted at the highest levels to basically protect and safeguard the interests of the people of Ghana and the stability of this country in terms of security, especially when it comes to elections, see themselves as basically working in the interest of a political party to basically ensure certain outcome. That is a nightmare. If indeed we have such characters in the police service who do not see themselves as professionals, but as MPP party apparatchiks, then God should save our country. We must get to the bottom of it. And I believe that this committee will do exactly.
Person was the regional organizer. That is not the way, the rule of the game. We are told that no one should use a phone to snap when you vote. Secondly, we have been told that no one should vote and display his vote. Oh, when I said it, he picked a plus chair and hit me, so I blocked him this way. So it hit my hand. The national coordinator also rushed and hit me. So I saw that I was bleeding from my elbow. So when that happened, it was my MP, MP for Chirapone, Honorable Razak Tairo. He came to rescue me.
Now, Chief, the most important thing that we need for the beginning is that, do you see yourself connected with the tape you just heard?
My voice is there.
Very good. Very good. Okay. Would you be good enough to tell us the rest of the individuals that you were engaged in that conversation with?
Well, one Commander Asari.
Okay, please go slowly. Yes.
Police commander.
Yes.
But I don't know which district or which region or which section he command. Okay. But he introduced himself to me when he came to my office. He was based at the police headquarters. And so I asked him, where does he know me? And he told me that during the time of political campaign, 2014, 2015, 2016, I used to come to Wa with the president, the vice president, and Alaji shot. And I know that if he says so, it's just true.
Okay. Who is the
Commander Asari? There was one man also later joined, called Commander COP Mensah.
Okay.
That he's on leave now, prior to his retirement. That he was also part of it.
Yes. So you were only 3?
Then later, when the meeting were going on, I didn't see the person, it was on phone. One JB, who is also a police superintendent at the police headquarters, but I haven't seen him. He talked to me on phone, and I listened to him on phone.
Okay. So, where is the location of your office where this the taping took place?
Office at Osu.
Osu.
And get directly opposite Osu police station.
So you want to tell this committee that all that was said on the tape is valid?
Oh, it's valid.
Okay. So members of the committee, he has authenticated the tape, that he's identified the individuals who are speaking on the tape. And now you can commence the interrogation.
Open the very important gate for this interrogation. Chief, let me first of all say thank you very much for highlighting your credibility, which many people who know you do not doubt. I want to ask
Bugri called me and said, Daddy, one police officer wanted me to bring him to your office. And I asked him for what? He said he can't tell me. I will bring him to you, then maybe he will tell you why he wants you for. So I said, okay, you can come with him. So it is Asari who came with that my son. When Asari came and introduced himself to me, that is police commander Asari, he wanted to come and see me. And I said, okay, here I am, you can go ahead. And what he said was what I just going to say. He said, they want me to come, he want to come and see me so that I could talk to the president. And that what is going on is not the best. So to talk to the president about what? He said the IGP is not with the government or the party. If we want to use him for 2024 election, we cannot reach the age that we are talking about. So I asked him why. He said it's an NDC. I said, how come NDC will become IGP? While you waited, he been given the post, and this time of the day, you are coming to talk. Have you mentioned it? Have you seen the president? He says he's a party member. He's been in this party, and that message has reached the president. But the president is not interested in changing the IGP. So they have already sent so many people to him, And at long run, somebody say, maybe if I could pick a word, I could also give a word to the president, maybe he will listen. And I said, okay, me, I can't listen, I can't go unless you let me convince that the man is an NDC. If I go and tell say without knowing, and later discover that what I'm telling the president is not true, the president will not have respect for me. And as a chief, a founding member of the party, a party official, I don't want to go and talk something that later they'll say, I see, and it's not true. Then started telling me a lot about the IGP is up and doing. He even told me that this assumption of election, if we allow IGP to go there, we will lose the election. And I became scared. The IGP doesn't go there to vote, but if we can go there and we'll lose the election, then my anus was shaking. So he told me, he begged me, I should wait and see. The election is coming in 10 days' time, and with this IGP president there, who end up getting nothing. So I listened to him. I said I'll go and tell the president, but before I go, I have to make sure what I'm going to tell him, it is the truth and nothing by the truth. So I resettled him for a different day. Then I contacted some people in the police. I said, some members of the police council, and said, this is what some police officer has come to tell me about our IGP. And you are a member of the police council, how do you see him? He also gave me his opinion that, but he disagreed with what Commander Asari said. I tried to call the Interior Minister. He didn't pick my call. When I was the chairman of the Northern Regional Party, I used to have a bodyguard. I called that bodyguard who claimed he worked with the IGP in Greater Accra region as a police commander there, and he also gave me how he knew the IGP. So I said, fine. And then the second time he came, and I listened to them. He told me that he had got somebody who is more qualified and who is also a true party member. And that man can take over from the IGP. So he wants the person to come. So I said, okay, you can bring the person.
No muchem and I'm bisa ba ko say masa me pacho why na the regional commander nyame a won charge say na the regional commander no and nam no kire me say onu nie me hwe ne tag no na ne din was so shy I'm so masa shy per the rules and regulations and as orientation na ye de maaye no any kwan say omu wa ha then the police commander e ka kire me say oh hajia omo muti he na ya muamu party for party patrons party financiers enetia am si da bi ya nyesa na kasa ne ye mu no ba bia na san crofo ne te ne ba bia delegate no et no it's about 3 to 4 steps away from them and in between the delegates no so no ɛna nkrɔfo bi so ɔmo nye delegate ya mo ɔmo special electoral tag bi ɛna da ɔmo kom no ɔmo tete in between the delegates enti me ne police officer na kasa no one of them ɛbaaye ɛna obi say am say oh na hagye asesen ɛna am say there bi me nua bɛma ade ɛkɔ ha no enye yenya na ɛbɛyɛ ade enipa 28 yɛyɛ sen enti ya na yɛhyɛmra enti mum yɛndi mra no so na yenya ade peaceful na yɛnkɔ no say oh agya say we yenya yɛ party fo a omo ɛte am say there bi yenya sa then voting started the voting started na electoral commission say 3-3 enti wa yɛ 3-3 be 2 no say there bi 4-4 enti 4-4 ho no ɛna youth organizer no ɛkɔto naba ɛna raise so raising the tension in the room no was so hot say because mako elections and them knew what elections entails now boot no so aye to aba wo mu no hall no it's about 4 blocks and na near so ni na ye mosquito net and na boot no so face abonten and na enkrofo so gina abonten ehɔ nom no enti baabi a wo beto aba akobia no ye behu se waba no udiko A anasa udiko B the tension inside no was too much na me mu first no me pie ye eco survey area ho na me sa ba mu enti me ba mu na me be pie no na omo se me mfa exit point no but this time round no exit point na me be fa mu apie no me twi door na ema me twi door na enti policemen two gina bonten enti me twi no mka sha me say ya lock ewo efom ya wona me say no ade no enye ye adwenbone abankrofo tirim wa ha enti me bie ye pe na me pie abonten to me pia bonten I'm starting to me raising alarm because say me raising alarm no insider it could be anything yes because my life will be in danger to me pia me raising alarm then the TV3 media man now or try say or be granting interview one guy was like you're 30 I'm saying the electoral college is not 30 it's 28 and one no must start to say or more so why winning baby who are you I'm saying, who am I saying? But not they push me, I fell. So I started running. So your security, your personal security that you do mokoyen. Now my man sign say, on can the one motorbike no, Emra. Then I jumped onto the motorbike straight to my hotel room. But God being so good no. Baby na me dano. Obi anim me hotel cra na me da. Enti ho ana me lock me home. Me try na me check it out. Enti me friend campaign manager that's what I try say mensa ebeka honorable Ken me frɛ na mensa kan me saka ti omumi enu na ti me honorable campaign manager e frɛ me na me kan asem say asem wei na e koso na o join me no say no o join me ni IGP na the police commander then myself ti any pa for and police IGP bisa police commander na say what is going on in your region na papa na sama master shaibu asem na no oka no and what was happening in there no was wrong it wasn't telling he wasn't giving the right information to IGP and then I'm saying no that's not true 3 times then IGP said shut up 3 times Uncle Kwame get that girl off the line now me campaign manager catch him say me drop her from the line now me drop her here 10 to 15 minutes time campaign manager frame me back say IGP says me go around spread false information or my action. I say wow, why did I go wrong here? Then quickly my friend said omum peka e won na very good town e ma me ba den so no ma me check in na pack me near my wi no ma lock me home no mo fa car na say na me tina moto so say omum fa car no embra ti me yi me care question me I disguise myself na me share abaya say near the bon pie no say omum fa moto no emra car no mra me ti moto so enti baby a medru no then I will jump into the car then they met me on the road now me jump into the car whilst I was going because me nya direct car from Nalerigu to Tamale enti me nya from Nalerigu to Walewale now me frère Tamale say they should do arrangement so omum maka every boliga emra Walewale em pick me na nyame a on charge so me drew Walewale so na car ne kra aspake ejda ho a twen me na ka wasa me de Africa world flight and never hour yes Sunday 1:30 but because of what happened you know I was running for my life and today was said me changing my flight omuye new reservation I was passing air with the last flight 5:30 and I'm the bedroom Accra Saturday So that was the picture of Northeast. Thank you.
Yes, Darcy. Thank you, Madam. So, Kennedy, a Japan team, and runs and Trefon Shimu, and someone a course so Northeast, and Ubi, and Watiano pay. One day, go with your mind, need 100.9 Ghana, Montier, soon as you go, I cast my bay, Sia, Nanon, son, abo. Iti and Rabbi and Nedia, if you didn't know Yana, high and Kakra, and Timu Fanche, and Tiano pay cry, yes, Siano, Muhu Seni Sikoya, Mumfanche, Yagusua, APP and Yama to Tunia Meji, and Beck Casey, and Nisenia Munimuna. But, soon focus Yabuaji, Yamini, Media, Daroma, and Quania, who are doing home in society. Senia Metenwa. Anope sunu Jack Toronto come home kabana for anope what na say. Enche ye no babaji babachi ye nsemo etwe go news online portals. Ye beji the bonkrata and the front pages of the newspapers as well. Interviews are hold one chichimu. I see timi kwa mano so ne friend pinfo no mo boa me timi nti eye ensema si ye onim se ni tefam ye mfa nkame oda. Ye de bebrel. Discussion segment in Subeba. Kiakin anope. Yankwe. Yamu akwa bampa ba ya no padwumedie si Ghana montie enne eye kwada August ni de toso ediasa 30 days into the month of August. So so August bosumi no ochina na chese ye wi anesa ewa
makwesi na ewa and somewhere si bebrebe nyina chi ya da ho August.
Well, let's get it on with some breaking news. Eba Efi on my Gabon crisis live news. Let's get it on. Soldiers seize power. Cancel election results. Soldiers appear on Gabonese national television announcing the cancellation of recent election results and the dissolution of all the institutions of the republic. The apparent coup follows shortly after the National Election Authority's announcement on Wednesday that Gabon's president Ali Bongo Ondimba had been re-elected for a third term. Soldier appearing on TV channel Gabon 24 says, quote, "We have decided to defend peace by putting an end to the current regime." End of quote. Now, story continues, says gunfire is reported in the Gabonese capital, Libreville, according to media report. Now, Gabon's political opposition branded the election a fraud orchestrated by Ali Bongo and his supporters.
For the Abenie, Asamoah esie sisi a wo Gabon ya trese asojafo no ade oman no na asojafo no eko Gabon wo mu TV a eye oman ne dia eye national television so ena wo mu koka se abato na wo mu tu ye no wo mu atwam wo mu ade oman no aboso na sa ku ya wo mu ye wo mu trese wo mu to aba na Wednesday no na Gabon president ya womu de betu dasa aba womu tu ye no ono na wadi nkunim ya frano Ali Bongo Ondimba na wadi nkunim anata so okwa ne term na no na sojafo ne ba TV channel ye Gabon 24 ana womu tre se sade be ya womu bebo asomdue hu banti current regime yi aban ya wote akonya so no womu atu no womu tese tututu akoso kakra ewo Gabon womu capital ya friend se Libreville na media for na kase Gabon political opposition ena no womu kase abatuo pa na nwiemu koso sei eno ena nam so a asojafo ne kire se abatuo we pa de ti womu atu aban na gu.
So, Gabon borders closed until further notice. Soldiers announced on TV. Gabon's borders are closed until further notice. Soldiers who have seized power said in a statement broadcast on the Gabon 24 television channel. Now, the borders are closed until further notice, said one of the soldiers speaking on behalf of a committee for the transition and restoration of institutions. The Gabonese military officers announced they have seized power. Asem no.
Yo. Abusiafo ani o. Womu tete sisi a womu borders ni nyina ya tum. Ya womu de sa announcement ya tuja wo TV so. Gabon borders ya ede kokọ kwọnum nyina womu atutum. Womu so womu nta kakransa. Asojafo no age wo man no aboso. Womu age tumi. Said womu koka wo Gabon 24 television channel so. No atasa borders nyina asat now there. Asojafo no atutum. Ekosisa committee ya womu ye transition. Ebe prema asumtu aba no. Womu bewie womu tumedie. Entiniti etemu ane se Gabon asojafo atu abayagu. Womu age wo man no.
Na isa omampanyin omoto no so aba ukwade ya omo announce say we din kunim election no. Enko wotran so ne toso miensa ne third term. Na unim se sa bongo family na nkasa no. Sa owre no. So no obedi ai se ne papa ade obetran so. Na ofa omo anwabusua na omatna Gabon ekunya no so 56 years. For 56 years. Yeah.
Ovakwesi ade.
Ebede ne yenyeku.
Ade.
Na ekunya na ade mo japade.
Na ofu ikura se wo hwe na ba obu na.
56 years.
Ade. Ade. Ni nyina ekwo wasefo te wo hwe. Ekwo wasefo te ho ehwe. Na sa esisie wei ene emimusem se ekoso. Yetu abayagu yi efe ne wo mo kwatena ase. Emergency meeting. Let's call for emergency meeting. Namu de sanse kwa kwato. Anso mote wanu mmese sisie ni emimu we kwaso. Abatu a wo mu 2 years say. Overkwesisa okenkan ya. Ase kronobo pa. Kronobo.
So position no so amunyin.
Kronobo. Abatu kronobo. Enti Africa pa de. Na ya de kra ne ye be free Africa hai. Tasi ye tinimu adini nyina aya time. Ye tinimu adini nya enti di abrofo ye enti ye ntumi nsua bi.
Debi.
Overkwesi is it not possible? Can't we learn from them?
Debi.
Enti ye kwa wade ne ye kosua.
Ye ko hwe oni aba.
Overkwesi Africa mompa de. Ya katre. Say yansi sayadine. Ya mentality away ye tirimu ya yira.
Need 100.9 Ghana Montie Sunu Asiogo Yanko enim yentoa so nsemo edi akotene news online portal. So near fi Gabon ababeto dwa ene yakenkan mu no make us dey ku na yesusu se esi wo Gabon.
Na nse kura bam se ayidie ne si ye no.
Niger
no. Wana wone ne kasa ya o ka se enwie ye no. Wone mamenkai din no. Wone ne kasa wa he ya ma o ka kire o so enwie.
I see.
Yeah, na me tie pa. O se enwie e bi be sa to aso.
Yankoswe. Let's get on with some more stories trending on diverse news online portals. Now, Chief of Tamale calls for release of suspect arrested for attacking court. The Chief of Tamale, Gupegbu Na, has called on the police to immediately and unconditionally release the suspect arrested in connection with the attack on the Tamale District Court on Monday, August 28, 2023. The suspects were arrested after a group of irate youth stormed the court premises and pelted it with stones, destroying fixtures and injuring a police officer. The youth were protesting the release of a drug dealer who they accused of being shielded by the police. Following the attack, 13 suspects were arrested. Yanko.
Abusiafo wahina wo Tamale. Gupegu na and walk atra posifo se. Woman na wempo immediately ye entempa so. Enipa womu ati wonum no. Pese womu be din tirechire mu bia bebre no anase entempa ya womu nja suspect ni nyina na womu nko. Sa nkofo no a womu kwato she Tamale District Court so eduada etemu no August da na etoso aduonu wote no. wɔn ho asɛm na nana aka no nana se aposifoɔ nya wɔn mu ntɛmpɛ yi a wɔn pɛ so wɔbɛte ho asɛm biebie just release them na saa suspect yi ya aposifoɔ te wɔn mu no wɔn mu na wɔn kɔto hyɛ kɔɔto no so ɛboro nkɔɔfoɔ ama judge posini baako koraa posini koraa da democrat anim a ɔno ɛna wɔtumi nya akukuduro mu a judge no ɛfɛ kyerɛ kudɛsɛ na no koraa wɔgye ne ho gyina ɛna wɔn ti wɔn mu anana kyerɛ sɛ yɛnya wɔn mu ntɛmpɛ ya ansa na n'ani so atete no
nsɛm wɔn de tu dwa na bi ne kwabra ntie ne mmra yɛnto aso ɛyɛ bra na wɔn ne nsɛmtwɛfo di nkɔmɔ nananom a wɔn ɛyɛ tamale enti ne ɔde nsɛm yi gyina nananom de nsɛm ne tu dwa saha na Abdul Latif.
Police besiege the Bukonas Palace by using water cannons and live ammunition, firing into the palace. Actually, personally, that annoyed me and angered me so much because it is the palace that is our place of refuge. If you are being chased by anybody, you run to the palace, then you are safe. But for the police to come and attack the Bukonas Palace is something that we didn't understand. We requested that the 13 people who were arrested and placed in custody should be immediately and unconditionally released from captivity. Their motorbikes released to them. Whilst, we see the way forward. And the police told us that one of their side weapons and the watch, I don't know what type of watch was it, was taken. So people were here and they have witnessed that. We told the youth.
Okay, so Nanade in some that to your original, Nanan traditional chiefs are one more tamale, 1 no. Now, Sassam Korea, young Queen, and to us to JUSAC to petition IGP to increase security at court. Now, the Judicial Service Staff Association of Ghana, JUSAG, has declared its intention to petition the Inspector General of Police, George Ekufu Dampare, to increase security at the various courts. JUSAG says recent attacks on judicial staff are unacceptable. And speaking to media after Samari Jews attacked the Tamale Circuit Court, JUSAG President Samuel Afote Otu said the police must protect the courts.
For Judicial Service Staff Association of Ghana, JUSAG, and Womosre Inspector General of Police, Dr. George Ekufu Dampare, say Wama Bambo Munyere, our court to Ahodono. Na JUSAG for the assembly to ja, Yamani Sam said, ye see what Tamaleno, Omotres, Omojitumua, in ye. Na Brown and some for Cassan Water, Tamale Circuit Court, Omudi to boy ye. And so Mokwatosha court no so a bra post for any munipe 1 million Samuel Afote Otu, JUSAG president, or no Walker say.
I was beaten, robbed of 40,000 Ghana cedis by a regional executive, Kennedy Japan's agent alleges. A member of the campaign team for New Patriotic Party flag bearer hopeful Kennedy Ohini Japan has revealed that he was subjected to 2 rounds of beatings by party officials allied to Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia during the party's recently held special delegates conference. According to Charles Addo, who is the party's youth organizer in the Bono East region, his attempt to ensure conformity to the electoral guidelines led to him being assaulted by 2 officials of the party who felt incensed by his actions. And I quote, "I told the regional police commander and some of his men that 2 regional party officers were seeking to represent the vice president contrary to the rules of the game. Then the police commander confirmed my position and called the EC official and the regional organizer, Wan Sule, outside and explained to him." Quote continues, says, "It was left with the deputy secretary, Liman Seidu, who was resisting. So he was forcibly brought out by the police. And when he came out, he was engaged in an exchange with the police inquiring from them who the complainant was. This was around 8:30 when the election had not started. A police officer pointed me out that their colleague, regional executive, is the complainant. So he asked me if it was true, and the next thing he told me was that I do know that the organizer who was ejected is my boss in line with party structures. I answered that we are not here to do boss work. We are here to monitor the system to ensure order. Mr. Ado was wearing a neck brace, having been alleged assaulted, narrated.
Abusuafoɔ deɛ ɔfakwasi kan yɛ yi campaign team member at the Man New Patriotic Party MPP amanyɔkɔ panin baako a wɔgyina se yɛn to no so aba na wɔntu frankaa Kennedy akompere akɔ Japan ɛna wɔka sɛ wɔtrɛ sɛ wɔn bo no ankasa ɛboro no yɛbo no 2 rounds ɛvan sɛ yɛbo no baako ɛne yɛ round 1 ɛne yɛ saa bo no mmienu ɛyɛ round 2 enti ɛboro baako first ɛno yɛ round 1 ɛda nkyɛn ɛna ɛboro second one so yɛ round 2 ɛno nso ɛda nkyɛn na saa ɛboro yi ɛna wɔtɛ sɛ ɛyɛ vice president Dr. Alhaji Mahmood Bawumia na chitaafoɔ wɔn a ɛpɛnas mu wɔn ti ne die no ɛna special delegate conference ɛkɔɔ so no wɔn bɔ no ma ne ho fie na Charles Ado ya wɔyɛ party ne youth organizer ɛwɔ Bono East region ɛna wɔkyerɛ sɛ wɔyɛ n'adwene sɛ wɔhyɛ n'asomdwee mmara ɛne nhyehyɛeɛ a party ne de toto akwan mu no wɔn ahyɛ no wɔn wadi so papa so ɔpa ahoma so na nyɛ n'anim de ne yie mu a ɛnso baabi ɛkɔ wie no wɔn bɔ no ankasa wɔso wɔka kyerɛ regional police commander sɛ enipa bi ya wɔn yɛ 2 regional party officers wɔn gyina mu di ama vice president no nhyehyɛeɛ a wɔn de yɛ adwuma no nyɛ saa na ɛteɛ nti police commander no ɛde n'asɛm ne to mu wɔfrɛ electoral commission officials a wɔkata wɔn mu sɛ adeɛ no a nhyehyɛeɛ ne mmara a wɔn de yɛ adwuma no asɛ afa ha nom sɛ no wɔn abu so nti deputy secretary baako ɛfrɛ Liman Seedu na ɔno mpɛ sɛ deɛ wɔn mmara so di wɔn pɛ sɛ yɛ adwuma no ɛbɛyɛ nti wɔn ɛyɛ no yɛ pia no si nkyɛn nti etie no wɔbisa polisifoɔ no sɛ hwan na ɛbɛyɛ saa complain ne kyerɛ wɔn ɛna polisifoɔ no kyerɛ so ɛyɛ wɔwura yɛ a wɔgyina hɔ na ɛbɛyɛ complain na wɔn so okay yɛate nti bɛyɛ sɛ 8:30 anɔpa no koraa na abatoɔ no mpo ɛnstaateyɛ nti post officer no ɛpɔnte kyerɛ wɔn sɛ wei na ɛbɛyɛ complain no ɛna wɔso okay ɛna wɔbisa no sɛ wonim nipa ban a meyɛ ɛna wɔso wo nipa ban a woyɛ deɛ ho hia yɛba ase yɛba abɛyɛ adwuma na yɛba abɛyɛ no nhyehyɛeɛ ne mmerɛ bata ho no ɛna yɛde yɛ adwuma ɛnyɛ wo nipa ban a woyɛ anaasɛ wo bɔɔso yɛ a woyɛ yɛse wɔwura ado bi na wɔhyɛ neck brace ne sɛ yɛde yɛ o
adeɛ na okɔn mu bu anaa bi akɔn yɛ ya ɔde hyɛ de to okɔn mu no
no wɔde bi ahyɛ no kɔn ayo ɛnɛ yɛde adeɛ no a yɛsi wɔ bi kɔn to se a yɛde hyɛ no na sɛ ɛboro ne nti ne yɛde bi ahyɛ no kɔn
yɛnkɔ Asepa drags AG to Supreme Court over asset declaration law. The Alliance for Social Equity and Public Accountability, ASEPA, is suing the Attorney General over Ghana's weak asset declaration regime. In a suit filed at the Supreme Court, the group is asking the Apex Court to issue directive requiring all public office holders who declare their assets and liabilities under the defective provision of Act 550 to resubmit their declarations to the Auditor General. ASEPA is also seeking a declaration that on the face of Article 286, any declaration of assets by a public office holder must be their asset position before taking office and not at the time of declaration. The Public Office Holders Declaration of Assets and Liabilities Act 1998 at 550 mandate every public office holder whose remuneration is equal to that of a director in the civil service to declare assets they own directly or indirectly before assuming office. However, it appears most public officers do not comply with the law before assuming office.
Abusiafo Kwaya from Mr. Alliance for Social Equity and Public Accountability, ASIPA, and Womo at the Attorney General Akwa Court to say, Ekwaya, your first way, your dear Jumasi will be inside, or Tren Japadia war and son warfare Jumano. Samrano and Sadanya Juma Papa, and to Womo asked the Supreme Court to say, Nadawurma, one fa was Sebi Emra. Na wamu aye didi brase wonum sa wo mai mu ya article kra ye de ye ne act 550 no say obia emfa na de bia wodi kra ye nkom wodi tatenra asipafo kire say sa wo sha article 286 ya e kire kwan ye fa so ade eduma se obi nsa na japade nso obe kire dodo a wo no sa Public Office Holders Declaration of Assets and Liabilities Act 1998 at 550 no etre say ansa na nipa no be se neduma ase no na wakyere ade a wo ansa na wase neduma ase but we de entama ne saa wo mutiatia saa mra no so enti yemfa wo se bi mra se ansa na wo be take office no ma yenhunu ne yawo na wo wie nso a ne yahwe de wanya aka ho.
Need 100.9 Ghana Montie Suno Asiogwe and Semwe Diakotini, the various news online portals. And pay and Euko August Nida Tosi Diasani Gusuno. Yemfa we infant chato. Boache Jacko and Adainimo refusing to step down. Stephen Intim reveals. The new Patriotic Party NPP will meet on Wednesday to find a solution to the tie between presidential aspirant Boache Jacko and Francis Adainimo in a bid to have 5 candidates for the presidential primary scheduled for November 4. The two aspirants received 9 votes each in the first round of voting, forcing the party to reschedule or schedule a runoff for Saturday, September 2. However, the party is hoping to avoid the runoff and has asked the two aspirants to step down for each other. So far, neither aspirant has agreed to step down. The NPP National Executive Committee, NEC, and the National Council will meet on Wednesday to discuss the matter. That is today, Wednesday. In an interview with the media after a meeting with the aspirant, chairman of the MPP, Stephen Intim, revealed that Wednesday's meeting will come up with a decision in the interest of the party.
Abusiafo ewura numienu ena New Patriotic Party MPP amanyoko ene wo mu esiaye na ya runoff a ebeba so no ena nanka wo mu katre owura aboate eja akochiramanten ena Francis Adenimo se nipa uka wonu mienu bomu a wo bo bracket ade anso yesi ya per 5 nti ayeses a step down ene wo mu tese da bi se Yesu na Joshua do nsa abafufu obi ani ase obi ansu no sonko anya ate a obi aba step down na watre se eyamonim sam dada sa ba wo mu kwoto ye no wo mu bo bracket enti ye de wo start to party ne so sanka memenda etemu memenda ebe September de tosumi no wo mu nsan kwaya run of anyi ba akomeka ho na party no sa run of a wo peso wo ye no en wonya ya nka wo mu nye enti ba kon step down na nka ba kon enko en wo mu ye no nyina atese da bi apetampe obi agina bebi a wogina MPP National Executive Committee ebesia enne today yeah Wednesday no ma sa atwentene ho na chairman na Ura Stephen Ayensu Intim en what as a party ni besia enne Wednesday na wo ma hye enne pomasibre sanse nipa mienu no obi ase one step down.
And then August in the Tosi Diasa Hanum saying you didn't say we Diakotini news online portals. No, those big stories that we are likely to be following up for you this morning. No saying your DAC, no so about yes, ma a doing what you said and comma a peacefmonline.com. Other major online portals. Yeah, no, see the bon crate anyone say the be bremo interviews a hold the bremo my drink chair 0503721744. Feel free send us your thoughts, your contributions. But I teach you no. Men fan koma el to dra eneno enye wa se bia wa chichira to onum da aye hu si a text na wa bia da bi ma enkomo no ehu ne ehu hia eno ba na sa metimi aka ma kama kokko yese asem bia de bia wo sen ne de ba de bia sen ne de ba eno ba na sa wa hwa no mankan so a na nkwan koye ode which me fidie no dia to ade ane me sense subium e dia ma say o man I we bibre manum say Gabon nyaba beto dwan say asojafo agye o man na boso wo mo say wo ma yeku uku ade ya bato a wo mo to ye eno wo mo the president Leo ma bongo Odimba don't laugh gomsan edini sisu asojafo say there bi abato we no omfisa anko ye nti asundwe omo pese asundwe be wo man no nti saade omagye man na boso I think I was in Gabon in 2013 I was in Gabon too. It's a very beautiful country. It's a nice place. You see some similarities. Ghana send you dynasty and in your account. Zengre no so nya. Hotel Dana me dem ni jina me hu Zengre unim Zengre. Chance dine.
A roofing no. Oh okay.
Oti bro for me make kan Zengre o kan roofing.
Me ni me say wo kan wo Gabon for kasem.
Don't Zengre woga.
Dem ba ko sinya me enim no kure me mente Zengre nda. Zengre. Oh, nka beba nko boss nka beba man. Yeah.
Na no na me no da me gina soro anim se ni ehwe amanfo dan so no kasa no se.
Oh Ghana.
Ghana ni bofu. And I'm sure we to say Gabon bebe. Gabon Zengre u gina no ma. Di Ghana ni Gabon. Ghana for so e wo Gabon. Ghana for Gabon.
Wow.
So say baby I your honum say.
Yeah.
Enti asojafo no I say yeah. Woma baby. Bongo family no.
Yeah. But over kwesi as I before womu ayede to me say womonsa no. Me wan say they don't learn. Ade a wo ye no a omanfo be kase omompe no. Eno na omukoswa repeat. Enti ubenwa ni yatu. Yasa danisi yansa ni yasa yenti na me bisa me ho say over kwesi wuko abrochira hwe sade eye equal right. Omu dimra so, omu ye discipline. Obia hwe say ade ade say ne nsa eno an obeye. Menyi ni say we so woko no wade ne ba besi so we so woko no wade we yaba wa bra wo manfo no mpene so ye kwa brochire koshia yanja said you omu dimra so ne yemfa nya ye de
unse Gabonfo no omu nim ti se Ghana e wo 2 term no omu de ne de obetimi akọ for life
okay
and I think say 7-year term enti term bia e bem say 7 years ti u transfer 7 years ni asanto so aba mimi ne ya na some koto aba almost I think about 850,000 for and koto aba no and omu yi almost anto so ko mato ama Ali Bongo into a sambe transfer so a transfer 2 terms already
into
14 years into ka we onya sa 7 years ya na say oko 21 and I won say medical chire mu say wo mu need to say 2 terms Ghana hanum say wo mu need term limit ubetumi akọ prendudo bi apese okobia
se ubewu
na sa reforms ni ade nyina April ya no mo ye ubetumi akọ mu sisa eniama ni bio ntina o kan KWASI de na my ko because nanka
oba kwesi saadi assist sem we nyina
KWASI want you
na KWASI 40 ho enka wonim se senka papa ye to abama no emu wo wini ya ko oba to nsafre KWASI fo ya mo mu akọ omu beko akotentena ho onti sometimes
na so we be fancy AU
omu beko akotena wa akọhwe omu beko akotena wa akọhwe but the ekwaso wo man ni mu no ebisu ana enya de papa say equal right no anya adwuma na justice no anya adwuma ebeda no wanya peace wunya sa peace no a wo pe no and you kwaso wo mutena wo na KWASI awie no sese kwahwe wo mu organize emergency meeting na wo mu dimirika akọ ya the sanctions ya two so Africa mum dear sometimes otna se gine ho a senti ya ne pa ya boy ya san ana yenye nipa antina abrofo no hu yesa no because ya gene no hu sa agene be pa na ye de it's different from abrofo agene no ana ene abia of akwasi ya nyape fitani tuntum nyape it's true fitani tuntum enyape ya ne abrofo no nyape ya gene ya we yetirimu ni wo modie no babira kra ntinu wo mu hu yesa no
Need 100.9 Ghana Montie sunu asiogu ya no pay nsema hodoa etoja ni ACC Ghana hanum saying ene de bro Gabon ku enso hu nkomo na ye kakakra se Gabon asojafo no omo ayeku omedwa
udi etira omo nipa nwu bia wa ho so omo nka moja ngu ide
not that I know of. Yeah, but it to be almost years almost according to media reports no to the almost be away or minum afshu me assure say be a maintain who assist still air cost air cost what him say need 100.9 Ghana Montie suni
no the hotel na me am person be the menu go
and I didn't careful master okay
you know I was monitoring because I wanted to get first hand information but you see we are going to give them Kennedy the no case showdown and showdown look ebia omufa oral and chamante on the face value omufa say bi omanya nwa bia your mobile befa let me tell you we will give them the other side of our lives if they want this party to know peace. It will know peace. But I can assure them that on the 4th of November, we will not accept police deployment. Now who the chairman of the Ghana Police Service in Jino, Yako Swan Kofuno Mumedi Semuru, I will not fit. Now you move Pembrano. Now the catcher said this is an election as you have a faith in it. Now you go 20 November, no attack for police. No, it's not going to happen. You bring your police, you bring our security. Because we don't trust the police now.
Need 100.9 Ghana Montie sunu asiogu Solomon. Usuna tese wakasano. It belongs to a Alan campaign team. Papa, the bankratano and ne ukwe sen and 70 away anyone say Kagu mame.
Yo. Abusia for delegate the bankratana medema mo atama mo akwa baby away. Kennedy akompra kwa Japan mfoni daha na kojopoku nso mfoni daha. Kojopoku ni de anyame anim no kura nie. Se de ahofa na di president yanko obedi. San say we nice guy pa. Ena waya banane waya TikTok te said ya ya ma no wo mu pani bie no ya pe TikTok sa pepe no wote ena ne ho nso efe na wo mu kopie mu wo MPP amanyoko headquarters wo wone Canada kompre kwa Japan sanse party ne to nsa de frɛ wonum enre bra Canada tu wonum yi abrofo wontade papa ne ka na efe o limousine Kama fefe. Ye be a back now with see free and say yes. His Excellency. One wakrono. Any part 12 and I ati wonum. There be not 12 for ye 13. Ewa tamale ebro mu kwatu share court no so na no na ye bo ho press conference ya na nanom ye say ye nya nipa no. What say nipa 13 and ye ati wonum. IDP tape webeto ja. Committee ya wo mu ya nhihemu di afa ho pani ba ko ana ne din piepie mu wo tape no mu eye COP Mensa na COP George Alex Mensa ya na asemu a wo ka no kura no wo home so wo huru ni nyina egu onum se yo ewurade ya adom a wo kina tomolo ene wo bekwa akopie mu wo committee nanim yesi yekumpa akofi wo galamsey side na wobia nse de nim ade pote pa kofi ya yekum no wasite NDC amanyoko political parties ya wodo ni nyina ka kire maame Jemensa electoral commission titire ni na bedi etire Dr. Bosman Asare se abatuo di nkire no a wemu betere no onfa edi nkire woma no nkɔ nipa na boboa no pe ebese wonum nkura mu wemu atumi atere wendin nanso electoral commission titire ni wase capital no a no mu pese wo mu beye no empanimfo bebre kasa ho ene isi amanyoko kura de wo mu se if persuasion fails, force must be applied. Into one more time asɛm no ɛde akɔ akɔpie mu ɛwɔ court. Na the Bokrata mede toa so ɛyɛ the new publisher ɛna wɔkyerɛ sɛ mampanin Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo wɔne Kamala Harris ɛna wɔn gyina ha no mu a wɔn bɔ nkɔmɔ sere LGBTQI plus mampanin odu aborɔfo yi hɔ a ne subanko wɔba Ghana ha nom nso pɛ ne subanko nti wɔayɛ chameleon wɔkɔdu aborɔfo no hɔ a sɛnko obenya akukudura kakyerɛ wɔn mu sɛ Kamala Ghana deɛ yɛkyi saa deɛ no ɔkɔ a na wɔne maame akɔbɔ nkɔmɔ dɛdɛɛdɛ na wɔahyeɔ no so wɔn taa n'akyi ɔba Ghana nso a na wɔbɛka ne different all together nti mampanin pɛ kyerɛ sɛ LGBTQI journalist a yɛbɛ report a yɛbɛka sɛ nti ɔpa kyerɛ sɛ ɛyɛ ampa so wɔbɛbɔ yɛn ho ban.
I mean, Cody Sankomano pay say Gabon.
Gabon.
And KWASI. Right, Emmanuel Coutinho, Executive Director, African Center for Security and Counter-Terrorism. Right, Coutinho, that's him. Akwa baba NIT FM so anpe.
Me Josu me chat here for so anapay.
That's his anapay ABOAGYE. So I'm sure you follow what the Gabon yesi honum saying say asoja foi. Wa mo fi wa ma di o man abosui. What ye anabia oti senator.
Well, I wasn't surprised at all because last week, me by UTV and Gabon Samsung PA. Now, I made a very profound statement that the panacea to stopping military coup in Africa is stopping constitutional coup d'etat. Unfortunately, ECOWAS has reached.
Empacho, nyabutro, nyaukai. Usi se yebetimi asoku ano a na chese say day.
Yes, stop the constitutional coup d'etat.
Constitutional coup d'etat no eno be chirem say amai o de ba from kakra.
Yo. On say kabinami kabe amabo yenyina ye dey atu ye so say is the best governance of self-determination now. Some ingredients you are. Anyhow, we don't call it a democracy. The wishes of the people have to be respected. Processes leading to elections must be credible. Processes able to abandon. It must endanger trust and must be free and fair. So the almost to abandon you, no almost can abandon. No, obia nye doubt say. Semesine winning and not semesine lose. And on say in Shebi or every country. Let me take Ghana for example. Yet the end say you have the chance to serve 2 terms, 4 years, 2 terms. So that is 8 years. In 2 times, but do so unco. No, what's the constitution is so untina the 3rd term a tramra. And then I have a constitutional coup d'etat because presidents on my bet now a conjunction or more time do so more and this no more system rano as a contest.
And Gabon say no ye follow up and Tiasian say Busumi Yepri or ye some reforms or a banner say be about warning constitution in the account and no example now describe as a constitutional coup d'etat nana.
Precisely because Adena Yokotuaba. Not just some few weeks to elections, electoral commissioner, but so almost Mrano. And even though the opposition were not consulted, no, almost protest here, but almost fine judgment. And no, Edibia, no diaba. Okay, Kodiwa. Bago, almost all Lucy election, also Okono. Almost the military nema pamre the Watara by Mibwa.
Yeah.
Watara 10 bedroom so also constitutional on the Etihon. What did ECOWAS do? Togo. We have series of those things around. Nigeria. Tunuboye ECOWAS chairman. the election, even the matter is still in court. But you see, when military go on the side of the people, no omuko tusa mkrofwa, no omusi ombe restored democracy. What was democratic about the system? Mayesha Gabon. Say, the current president, Nani Papa Nayo Mampiji. Who did ni Papa ni the time count 56 years, one family. Sebi 2008, this president was suffer stroke. Instead of him to look at the interests of the people, no, because certain arrangement was put in place and it was benefiting some people, no, Oma Amana stepped down. And okay, 2019, there was an attempted coup in Gabon. Even some of the soldiers are still in prison. So election were almost 2 years. They banned all foreign media into the country. And Omutu, in the process of the elections, in most of the places, the opposition party complained that there were not enough ballot boxes, papers, sorry. In certain instances, in certain instances, Omutu Abano, Omu contested Abano for president, no Omudinho. And Ushe Gabon. Gabon is one of the major oil producers in the country. Omu natural resources will bring 90% of Gabon is covered.
Omu forest in crowd.
And look at the economic state of the ordinary Gabonese. So yes, they have gauged the environment. They've realized that, look, they have the will of the people. And they did what they did. So now, we have two situations on our hands. Is ECOWAS also going to use military intervention in Gabon? Where are the resources? So I would urge ECOWAS, they should take a step back and then do proper re-engagement. And the re-engagement has to do with the colonial part. French as colonial masters are signing with these francophone countries because the civil population of these francophone countries are now more educated. And because of technology and social media, they know more than me and you. When you say Gabon, coup d'etat here, around 5 something and before ring here, let me here. Mammy, I was Saboba and a friend say, hey, what is a coup about Gabon then and Kosovo? So you see what I'm talking about? It means that the ordinary person in the current century that we find ourselves are more discerning now than ever. So, and if these things are happening, if your friend's beer is on fire, you fetch water near your own. Ghana, we can't be immune because we are surrounded by countries that are either being ruled by military juntas or are either ruled by constitutional coup d'etats or coups.
I see. So, Nyesi Gabon, diang esuahuna fi se bia betimi esua film dia na fi se as oman ebibrem hanum se kra na se film.
What we should be doing, and we can that before, it's not too late to do the right thing. Let's say no to constitutional coup d'etat. And unfortunately, the people to lead that charge is ECOWAS. And ECOWAS in Siciliano, the technocrats the power to take certain actions. It's still the ECOWAS heads of state, as the head. And because it's like scratch my back, scratch your back. And the ordinary African is suffering. So ECOWAS needs to be overhauled. ECOWAS needs to look at its mandate again and make sure that they walk their talk and put systems in place that will benefit their citizens and not the West. Because hell, we share francophone countries are almost one natural resources of the other. No? The West are heavily involved there. And they look away. Whether we are the citizens of that countries are suffering or not, they don't care. To them, as far as they can get what they want, you know, do we think that it is in the interest of the West for Africa to develop or to be in the industrial giant? If it was in the interest, most of the African countries have had their independence over 70 years now. Why are we retrogressing? Why are we not progressing?
Nina Sekusi Kawana. Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Nami bisa Sekusi Kaun, Sina Debia, you two and among Queen, Yaku, near Sambe Tribute.
Yes, so the coups, no. What brings about the coups? So the West, no, all my NCC such that their interests will always be served. Other than your presidents, Omu Akundiano, there will be credible reports of corruption. The West will know that Omu discovered or Omu crew, but they don't talk. When that president is out of the country, is out of power, no, then they point and seize those proceeds. Ukaya Abacha.
Yeah.
There are lots of our former presidents or Omu Amanoneno. Amano really have African interests and has no Omu returning to Kanumaya. Yanko Sebi to IMF say Yanko Bobusnia. Look at the money Abacha stacked in Switzerland. How much has been returned so far? So the African is not learning, and we need to start learning now. And look, the leaders of these African countries must understand that it can't be business as usual, and the youth of these respective countries will rise up to the occasion. And that is what we are experiencing in Gabon. The citizens are hailing the coupies.
56 years, one family, still, on person motna so, and also to say.
Papa Prince Charles, no kino, Omu di nubesi akunyansu, so say no, so is it by force to be president? That sense of entitlement. Say some particular families are more important than others. And then say you have to come from a particular family and son of the Oman Penny. And this is what we talk about. These leaders will still pillage our natural resources. Omu Kolabeko School Amanoni. No Omu may junk educational system. Thinking that their children will come with that money to rule over us. No, over can service, Obi, Betman, they were telling, say, Yenu be a generous, Yenu be a corrupt, Yenu be a pet to my team, Yenu be a Yenim Bri, or Mino, Ajapade, Pese, systems no working of their benefits, no, Ombe to do at them, so Papa and Bobra. That is what we are having and experiencing in Africa. And it will only get worse if ECOWAS don't sit out, make a U-turn, and re-engage and look at a new direction in addressing the problems in West Africa. The coup d'etat, so far, that's it. In a short period of time.
Well, I'm sure say because I hear ECOWAS problem. I mean, the African Union as well, because Gabon Crown Bem saw me outside the ECOWAS block, me boy.
Yes, but the African Union, more or less, if your almost structures feed from the various regional blocks. And also, Africa is divided into about 4 regional blocks. So it starts with the regional blocks initiatives. Okay, say problem with Nigeria. No? ECOWAS, AU only made a statement condemning it, but they kind of devolve or defer that authority to ECOWAS to deal with the issues, and they will only come in at the last resort.
I see. Well, young fan see him say, but before I become my many can few honum say, Bugri na bu audio leak tape committee, special committee, parliament, Wamasha said, Wamatna say, say, Fiade Chimui, and Wamatna, I say, Bugri na buako pio menim, Wajatum CS tape no be or should be a no crap, or no record in your cajon. And some I told you so far, committee Nejuma, so far, Nyaba Betojano, and also who is saying, Urakuti.
Yo. Okay, but there was no way he could deny that audio Nidia.
I didn't know
at your program, I know Burunabo like a father, and there was no way he could deny it. But just merely confirming, say, audio Nidia does not bring the matter to a finality. It's a very serious issue. You develop your democracy. These are some of the things we must not entertain. Only there were Baba candidate. Obiaso, Waka and Ukraine. And Ukraine, with the Muncha Ochna, not COP Mensa and COP Asarin, so Omumbeka Omudie. And the AM time say, who say Omra Krumha? Say if you are a chief, you don't do partisan politics.
Yeah.
Look at the shameful manner he boldly declared the party he belongs and why he cannot sit down for MPP to lose power. Because when you accident because of party activity, the party in need power, and then obedi. For real? Are we serious in this country?
But I know they now count because Sambre Parliament for now Rashibija for ya one more yen shimu bisabs and I say omuni. Omusan Hoshi.
Well, who shared the scope that was given to the committee? I think they asked questions within same parameters. And Owen said there was too much cordiality in the committee sitting. It didn't look like a serious committee that was dealing with a serious matter. I'm happy that they heeded to my call. When I made the call that it should be telecast for the good people of Ghana to see. This is how we build institutions. But in as far as some of us were not satisfied with the conduct, given the cordialities and some statements that were made off camera in Yamanema, it is a good start.
Just I said, a Yankophobia Mobonkomo, when who said any brave biao, Ewo.
David. And look, Burunabo has got a history of leaked audios or leaked tapes. Ukai Paula Foko Komna Ajapon problem. Up to date, they are still in the political ambit. It's also Burunabo. Ukai John Mahama Mitsubishi Saga. It was Burunabo. And he was bold to say that he went to the Accra Mall himself to buy the gadgets that were used to, record the conversation. Meanwhile, Mrano about recording somebody without the person's notice, do we throw such rights away because someone wants to satisfy the wishes and caprices of the president? And look, we are not talking about a mere person and the paramount chief doing these shameful things. And he's a member of the regional House of Chiefs and a member of the National House of Chiefs. And taxpayers' money has been expanded on him. And you come on a serious platform like a parliamentary select committee, and you portray this behavior.
Because I need to buy so any.
David, no, it's not about Burunabu. It's about the country. About Omudi Bo Tessino. I don't know Omudi Bo Pa. So if we do this and Burunabu walks away, many people will do what he did.
We think send your course, no, ma ebi juma committee no ye no, a bit me ama young fan serious and I saying.
To me, the parliamentary session on Burunabu was not professional. It was not conducted in the spirit of what we were thinking. There was no any seriousness. It's like a conversation on Omuye. And don't forget, the parliamentary committee sitting is almost now. At the end of the day, they will pay them. And that's the taxpayers' money. So they should look at the value of the sitting allowance Omudi. Krumha, how many parliamentary select committees or commissions have brought out a report at Aye Jumada? They are deceiving ourselves. If this was a kind of exercise we would do, then there was no need forming that committee in the first place.
Well, so we'll see if you're Chinakwe, in being for me, I show some copy a committee anymore. Ebia, Nasa, and I who say Bibia Bessa.
Oh, if you do that to Buru Nabo, why will you do it differently with the others? There's no equity. Say a book say he who want justice must equally come with a clean pair of hands. So why would you treat the others differently? There was no seriousness whatsoever in that activity.
Okay. All right. Rakutin, better as in Ejo Muasi, Yamin pay.
Yo,
Emmanuel Kuting, Executive Director, Africa Center for Security and Counterterrorism, and pay NIT FM. So, Yenedi Gabon, Kuyihu and Komokakra, and a special committee, parliamentary, Jumedia Womudi about the leaked audio tape, IGP, a Bibo Posebi on Pesumutuna, Kasma Bayer, and so not no what you need 100.9. Ghana Montier Suno Asogwena. Adwinchene bi abano pay awoye dwumedie so minkin kan bi kakrani enko enim. This one says positive attitude towards work is essential to nation development. I went to Ghana South Municipal Assembly yesterday at Kaswa. The attitude of the workers there are not good at all. We always put out the blame on the politicians, but we must also be blamed for the woes of this country, Ghana. Anna Finana Ku. I'm very surprised by these kind of posts by MPP members. We need everyone on board to be able to break the eight. Let's stop these mockery. Ghanaians, despite all the challenges we are facing as a nation, Ghana is better than the days of NDC. Teacher Kujo Tiobodom Adantase. The NPP is in power now, and they are not fixing the wrong, but they are waiting to come back into power in 2024 to fix it. I don't think far there. I need explanation. Ablade, Efiekuma Zongo, Takrade. Let us see each other as brothers and sisters, but not ancient enemies of each other. Fueling an argument within the political environment will not in any way help build the society we want to see tomorrow. But I think we should disagree to agree, but not create enemies of each other. Aaron Babako Kokomisa, Accra. It is very shocking that when President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo made a confession statement that a new leader will deliver Ghana from the present difficulties, the media is mute. In my opinion, and I believe in the opinion of many Ghanaians, the admission of the president of his failure is a big news. Richard Amasaman. Edru Miso Alan. His campaign team and the other aspirants have seen their smoothness level with Dr. Digitalization. Dr. Bamia is our best bet for 2024, winning massively, and the same thing will happen in November 4. OPK, Patriotic Voice, Bechim. Enoch Asaman Kasi, NPP polls whether Dr. Bamia Alan Cashew or Kennedy, their value is the same. They are the cause of where we are today. The country is in total ditch now. 2024 is a communal labor. Let's come together and rescue this country called Ghana. Enoch Asamanka say. NPP, we need to come together as one party so that we can break the eight. Eric Kwekubwedi, patriotic voice, Bechem. Dr. Bamia has taken the lead in the NPP flag bearership race. No one can challenge him. Coleman San Pillar 2. He says, you see, a bailiff in Accra High Court is corrupt. Which bailiff is that? They will not serve you, but have someone of their own represent as you, and eventually you lose the case, especially land cases. Labi from East Legon. Need 100.9. Martin Chenebi, our WhatsApp line, and pay, and Makin KB Diamamono. Keep it coming. I'm going to read it for you. I guess my baby and son, none on what Chiabo. Come on, Mafu, come on, pay Kusiabaji. Ye did you may, Yanopa Jume Diagana Munti, Maminko. Na yanyi 70 ewo de wakata and mufan pay muswe kwabra
yo abusiafo de wakata ya friend say Ghanaian publisher ana emedru suyi wode Ghana mampeni His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo mfoni abetua o se suit kama no wabɔ ne tie and was saying na white and was an space no aya wode commission project no and what they ora Tanya Macaulay Magdan and your tad friend no or no so down say we done about the set to some ranty the enemy and was son space kama was suit as saying a white here what but I read ye guso na what I said a quine na a deco ada songo a one na electrochem salt mining company kasia pay ye Ora Magdan ne dia mampeni na Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo ekwa akopa ho ntoma ebi bremu atoya no sei wo pe enchine dwumekuo ba bia yetu nchine kase pa eso a electrochem ye Dr. Daniel Macaulay Magdan dia enne wo kwa akopa ho ntoma ewo ada na tebokra anim hanom nso Ora Francis Adenimo and we rub what Tetramantia Dako, and Kwabene Japan, etrese, party numa woman in contested, a yensia and yasi. Dr. Saya were do to a Minister of Education. Na was say a teacher for be a funny input to Mra, na and Sakraya, Omo Pesu Omo ye, ewo adisiamuno, and cock kama, and this Yamanyoko, a crowd so what the electoral commission. Wonum titrani bekwa akogina court no mo akatere ne se voter registration no a oba abaye no so oba no capital no a enipa bebre no a entumi entro wodi nti won fa nkọ wabubu ano pe na nipa dodo entro bi na tebokrata ya frane se enkwesita nim ha owura samu atatia ena wakase wasebugiri na abu wati atumi se tape no a ebeto odwa no eno kura wono an record ye enti etre se empanisa de ode ne kraman no yi ne tatere maso aboa ono an record ye enti so ode na de aba betu dwa na tese asem no kura wo mu ntie ho en wo mu sase de afri na de bokra tanim hanom sei ode general secretary Emma Dankwa Akufo-Addo tradition MPP Amanyoko Justin Kodia from Pong lawyer what the infoni abetua and what say abrantie we the job day grounds wampa sa wo say MPP Amanyoko kakraka and said the man so chiane mentimi wasi wampa abrantie tumi manage party no ato now wo bon nsemu amano wo say to chairman say enkaman so chiane mentimi wasi pa be koso no anya asam ketua enso abrantie ya kurakura ne kakran sa no atasa ba kokura nika ne se omutu aba ne wiye ye menteme nwase e course nyina wato nsafro obi aso womra na wɔn nsiesie wɔbɔ n'aba so sɛ wɔayɛ adeɛ paa nsakraya a wɔde aba party no mu University of Ghana student bi ɛna yɛtɛ sɛ special needs bi a wɔn hia ɛna nkɔm pɛ sɛ scholarship secretariat nkɔm kɔgu wɔn ho fi nso amfa TMPC ɛna Jansa Dean no nso energy minister ɔtrɛ sɛ asepa na manifoɔ ɛde krataa bi ɛkɔɔyɛ a wɔn pɛ sɛ wɔn de hyɛ nsuo ase na de bɔ krataa yɛfrɛ ne sɛ wei mpo deɛ maka awie deɛ mede toa mo so ɛyɛ chronicle de bɔ krataa noa na chronicle de bɔ krataa n'anim ha mampanin Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo ɛna ɔhyɛbɔ sɛ ɛpo no deɛ ɛyɛ deɛ no yɛbɔ ho ban paa nti nipa bɔnefoɔ ntumi ɛma ha aside that yo World Bank foɔ boa yɛ sika ne yɛde aregister nipa bebree post ni no a wɔn se wɔn na rescue judge ya no ɔte akonnwa mu wɔ Tamale no yɛbɔ n'aba so yɛ so wayɛ adeɛ o youth temperament yo wɔn start ɛde sika ama government and tesa model wɔn a ɛka ho bie sɛ wɔnyi sika yi yɛ na wɔnfa nkɔbɔ wɔn ho bra kakra wɔn so daate wɔn nsa betumi akɔ wano na tebokrata mede ɛtoa so bio ɛyɛ tebokrata yɛ frɛ ne sɛ Daily Post na Daily Post w'anim ha wɔte His Excellency the Vice President nimfoni aba abɛtoa Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia na nipa a wɔkasa yɛ Feles Ekwatiofosu wɔtrɛ sɛ Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia ɔno a ne ntoro a wɔto opposition wɔtwaeɛ no ɛno na ɛhante no ɛnnɛ Gɔɔso Parliament Chief yɛfrɛ no Nana Kwesi Bosompra the First Nana ɛna wɔka kyerɛ Electoral Commission titire ni Maame Temensa sɛ mpanin si yɛbɔ wo din sɛ mmara nyɛ yɛbɔ wo din to mmara gu nso a ɛnyɛ sɛbi animu antumi wɔ atete wo ntoma wɔsrɛ Maame Temensa sɛ nadaworoma ɛdi nkyerɛ no a wɔba abɛkyerɛ no ɔmfa nkɔ nipa no aboboa no pɛɛ no wɔnyae saa capital no a district capital no a wɔpɛ so wɔkyerɛkyerɛ din no ɛba sɛ nipa bebree ɛntumi nkyerɛ wɔn mu din na nipa kakraa bi akɔ leader yɛ saa leader no nso a dodoɔ no ampɛ nti wɔadi ɔma kwan na obiara ntumi nkɔkyerɛ ne din na obiara nkɔkyerɛ n'adwene ɛwɔ December 7th a yɛbɛto about 2024 na Owura Bernard Mona ɛna wɔtrɛ sɛ mampanin Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo na bɛn efiri ɔno ankasa so de besi fam kyɛ sɛ wɔn ayɛ corrupt yaa sɛ corruption as wɔn di dare ɛna mampanin no ankasa titiriw nipa no afa ne de n'aso wɔn kotokuom ɛna wɔn remutu no mampanin Nana Addo asɛ wɔlusu control di obiara pɛ no ɔyɛ ɛnya n'asɛm wɔgyae sɛ obiara tumi yɛ de ɔpɛ biara mampanin wɔnka hwɛ nkyerɛw ɛna afei de bɔkrataa soro ha wɔtɛ sɛ kane mampanin Tɔndamani Mahama se sɛ wɔdomfoɔ yɛ n'adom no wɔbɛtena akonnwa so a ɔbɛsɛte up independent value for money office a wɔn na bɛhyɛ aban project bi a yɛyɛ sɛ sika a ɛkɔ soɔ no project ne sɛ fata se yɛtua sɛ sika no anaasɛ ɛnsɛ mfata nso a wɔn ahu kwan a wɔn te bɛfa so na baako a mede ɛtoa so ɛyɛ the finder de bɔkrataa no the finder de bɔkrataa n'anim ha nom sɛ mampanin Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo ɛda ha integrated maritime strategy wɔn apa ho ntoma yɛ a yɛde bɛbɔ yɛn nsuo ho ban Dr. Osaya wɔde tum wei ɛna wɔka kyerɛ teacherfoɔ sɛ obiara mfa ne input mmerɛ ne yɛmfa ntetere ɔman youth temperament agency sika no a meka so wɔ mu kyɛ no wɔde ho asɛm so ɛde aba obiara bɛnya ne kyɛfa na wɔde akɔ start n'adwuma kama ya de bɔkrataa ɛde ho asɛm aba na baako bi wɔ a mede toa so ɛyɛ the Herald de bɔkrataa n'anim ha na the Herald ɛkyerɛ sɛ youth temperament agency o wɔn bɛhyɛ aseɛ government and tesa fund disbursement de bɔkrataa ahodoɔ no nso ɔpani baako a wɔso ntakrakyɛ wɔ mu ɛyɛ Dr. Daniel Macaulay Magdan ɛna wɔne Ghana mampani His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo wɔkyerɛ sɛ anɔpɛ nondu ɛyɛ 10 a.m. Adaasɔngɔ ɛno wɔ Sege Electrochem Salt Mine and Processing Plant mampani ɛkɔ akɔpa ho ntoma fɛfɛɛfɛ ti nananom ayɛmfo adehyia wɔnom nyinaa akɔ akɔtɔ ahyia na mampani abɛ commission 1 million tons efiri Adaasɔngɔ 41,000 acre salt field a yɛkɔ akɔpa ho ntoma ɛnnɛ mampani Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo ɛna wɔkɔ akɔdi saa adwuma yi Democrat anim anim say Chief Justice no wo mu so kyerɛ ne sɛ nsase ho mansotea wɔ Ghana no apagya ɛma investors no dodoɔ no ampɛ sɛ wɔnum bɛba hanom kora nti yɛnhwɛ ne yɛnyɛ ho biribi owura bugiri na abu COP Alex George Mensa DSP George Lacinda Asare wɔn nyinaa wɔ ha saa nkɔfoɔ na kɔbɔ ɔpɔ so wɔn okɔ akɔyi IGP efiri hɔ no wɔkyɛkyɛ bugiri na abu opire double game ɛna no wɔn kuro ya wɔse asɛm no ɛnyɛ wɔn no wɔde kɔɔdo yɛ wɔsɛ twa ne ho bie wɔ aba sɛ ɛyɛ wɔn aso no wɔde kɔɔdo yɛ nti hwan deɛ na yɛmfa Daily Dispatch Democrat anim ha owura Canada kompre ko Japan da ha onanyafo alan ko kyerɛ manten da ha afi baako etwam nie June 23, 2022 ɛna Benafson ɛde headlines ba ya wɔkyerɛ sɛ Canada Japan baby ti alantremante no wo mu sɛ da bi saa da yeso wedie entumi mmemu da MPP aba wo mu to ya resort no obu hu akonta ade aba IMF kyerɛ sɛ Ghana ya ade o saa sikasɛ mu nsatra ya yeye no aso aba pa IMF wo mu boa mo ta da ye mo nka no korɛ
Need 100.9 Ghana Montie sini na obi boan MPP ba wasanso MPP ni na wasanso mranim ni anope ye ni nkomo kakra wa aman so na da asimu akwa baba ni TFM so boko na na so
mama for
papa osha ajoso na
yo
na nsa nkomo na se wo ye super delegate conference ma to awie mu wie ye run of aba nsɛm no bi aba beto dwa ohwɛ national chairman no a ne nsɛntwefo di nkomo nka party ni nyaaya mpenifo nyaaya na nka owura dai ni mu ani owura boache jako na nka wo metimi apene so na sa run of ikra na nka mudi akwa akosi baby nka mu ntwem kra mamon enko enso oma wiata so pania chairman de to dwai sadie emfa so bi so mra our party ni constitution mu say etimi ye adwuma ebi say de ahuhia adaje ne ayesikasem ni sai asimranim ni na usanso party ni de na uka ho ade ehuhia
see democracy especially kabi mam kabi ne boeda kabi number so min kabi ne boeda ukasa u quantify asemu a wodi Chama antiyan eyo. Paninsuyan. Eyo no atese. Chama rattle. Sanka. Eyo ne beya. Anka menko amanjena. Anka party pen for you ne manjena. Anka bi ensifam. That is not the constitution of the party. Enkin obeka ebia. Ensusuye. And chicken bia. Ba osusu wekere There's a bit like I said. Who's you see anyone as a young tom? That is the position of the party's constitution. Yabeko Ramo. Michael Craig, and then paying for Akase, Yabeko Member. If you Yabeko Member, you're young for fun, you're young for killer, you're young from. That is the position of the party's constitution. 18, I don't hear. One here, Chairman. So Kramuda or the Yam. So you must follow the tenets of the party's constitution.
Bami Muso said Ebia, Utu Nian Mumie fo. Rabachi Jakunura, a adainimo, Utu omofo. Say, look, I mean, you see a back kind of cry, Nana. enya ade a omudi gari kotoko ba kokra mo betimi aba betu franka ma party no enti mamon say adade na mo nkotena se eno so
no the position which I found myself
yeah mrande and watch mu but I'm saying
no I'm saying that the position which I found myself me as a front runner of Bawumia na me nkote obi ase na me obeti ase me obekwa koche me wan hey daddy
but this year the chef for na show say emranim ni a wo boye na etimi ate asemase
no but this me no ye me free buy ye me free and ye me die ni and me catch by the me ye bu ye so makuru wa wi insana daddy then na ben painful then na ben party ni me so me party number so me nya obi a me de me ho afua obi a na abeka se me ntura magen before this Bawumia agenda when I'm starting Ghana new country when I'm starting in 2021 when I'm starting me everyone Ghana the first time I met doctor and told him said doctor me do baba no sir no sir as I issue me do baba so the whole country Ghana me everyone start here inti baby a me gina no enya se enya kama enya papa some make us me kwa kutu before that no abe ko fi bi ni bele num no kan ye obada ni on kamera jadi men pa no wan men pa ni num no open the odi kan about open your touch me don about that was yeah I decided not to commit myself what me Ghana your politics na ye talking every day bia nti wo ya hwegi no wa fi when no I very mindful and careful of your comments. No better trust them to man trust me. No better mean we need to be very careful. And I know pay the Facebook na me de koto say ku aba Gabon. It's a good news. Better and now we di Bawumia na we di Bawumia ko ba na ku aba. Na ba ko reference oh 18 se mi di Bawumia na me di Bawumia ko me di Bawumia. Do you consider me to be a political group? Am I not entitled to my views? Country Gabon, who come money all the woman?
Yebeba Gabon, so but Mammy view yes, me nobody Gabon was a big Mammy we pay and few honum saying. So near see Memon Day super delegate conference. Ohe senior Dr. Bawumia Hridi Kain, Rakanedi Japan, Tosumi, no Ralan Chamantin, a man for Sukisi race no. Akwako ye Rakanedi Japan any Dr. Bawumia Sane be episode. In fact, there's this viral video called Round Up. And no scrub abaya some ye taste okay. Discipline committee party in Kraton Safre Rakanedi Japan in the account. I'll give you a showdown, Vice President. I'll give you a showdown. Omampini memam showdown in the account. Be interpreted say yes or say November 4 no. Hono betchen bobre. Do you see say November 4? Canada Japan senior abia ni party for ye ne chita for kano no akra kano obetu franka e diama e party no obeyi Dr. Bawumia hwe form
David no you see I'm not from station the war in Canada na another from station the war nkoko them krama after me no but from I can't tell you more plus watch the pass a gun and a you can't be only man political device because me can't say look make my candidate say was a man time but we never forget me kind but then me a training maybe be a bit be a bit be a bit the be a bit but we never man time but hey man when they are when they are two people what kind of ministry no more me kind of ministry no more man time but we never forget me and some of us me no be something na come for you no look constituency to be a new adjustment so no me na Yebe, this is how I brought for your case. Or the Yebe. But me and young Kora, Obenya constituency in a 275.
Intenya dia Canada Japan betimi tu ba me ase oba betu frank dia ma party. Enya dia Canada Japan say na bia
please. I respect them, all the other flag bearers, all the other me jiwamudi, omu yemi nyanum, be pempen, that's the pin. Me, consumer 275. Here Baumian Yakuran, a better head. Here Baumian Yakuran, a better head. And I can supposed to be an interview. No. And I'm going to say, look, some people flag their ass. Baumian Yan, Major Yaman. I'm the what of myself. And we are not a got out of it. No one. Me demonstrate symbol. Say, Baumia and Yan, Major Yaman. I threw a talent to Professor Jampo yesterday on a network. Professor Jampo said, Baumia, Allah and Kwaba. Remember that? On fan president, you take president, on fan person. Let me show me fan lawyer, me fan person. To be think about Baumia, make a lawyer to me. Oh, a young job, a young system, a yakataka, a ahomasto. Obia madi amanya samoache na no mefia na mkoto abanka meto abawie ye party ekote wa central for from me na me bidim ne me ko me party ekote be interview me nam kromo a me ko airport ne be si kumasi me tena me kam binum efra nyumre ko binum be di fufuo adachi kwaso da binum ba afro fufuo me man fro fufuo me dem timba ba ba chap den. Because let's say Nottingham Forest, Manchester United. Baba Shemsi, the who from here, me cancel market here. I do a serious analysis of issues. I do a serious me every 12 November, mama. But another idea, a no cool deal. I mean, I'm trying to crunch the Caribbean. And myself, man, I had constituency to help. Baumia in so. Come back a global media. Remember, I go from only mean come more. My God is not cruel. Me, Yankopon, me come some Yankopon and William. Then Yankopon only mean some more. On this Baumia issue. About winning, like the rest. Yankopon only mean some more. Make Yassi. His fire, dear Mr. Mushu. Remember Baumia, big captain to the Mahama. Offer some down. You can say that. Now, I'm a call bullet because she am people. Me catch the pen. Say, Dr. Baumiaba. Maybe you're compliant. Me can't go now soon. Tonya bullet as municipal capital. Non fathership capital. And family best singer. And Abba boy. Oh, Timmy Traho, a former president. Now, Krum, a district capital by now. Now, if you're bullet boy. Come on. You're punishing your own people. You are punishing their own people. Now the cutter, take me penny also call.
Okay. Okay. Nana, yani Gabon kui hun komo kakra na also kwatro say yes ku ayeden abagabon.
I said God ku aba Gabon. God is great. Bahaba be di matam. And now we are Baumian pa. And now we
I didn't know say God is great no.
Look. Let's be very honest. Africa, I'm an woman, for some of our leaders. In Gabon, Ali Bongo ya, but to me, ne papa be dia konya 1967. 67.
42 years. 42 years.
Good, no, we are. Uncontaye pa. I got a man for 20 years over now.
There be no, yes, sir.
Then you know, from 2009 to Anora, Neban Ali Bongo Nama.
13 years.
13
years. 13 years.
55.
Yeah.
Now, what can no crap my those of you who are insulting me and who have been insulting me, can no crap my is a man back 55 years. In fact, like a crown. Is it an English crown? Another Dutch crown? Another French? Come on, one person. Now, no better to obey. I foresaw it. One. So, we are telling some internet facilities in our normal closing down. 2. Foreign observers. Bamaba Magabon. So, the nurse supervise. The benefit about one. Won't count even for Gabon. Ghana. Kwakwa ni the whole you can do or Moshe Ghana Basso. Could you or Moshe Ghana? Ghana, the transparent, free and fair. Now, ECOWAS observer our Mokon, Gabon and Panama Manco. African observers, Gabon and Manco. Sahara without frontier. Gabon and Manco. International observers, or Manco. In the internet, they closed it down. And curfew was imposed. Those intellectuals are now. Have you followed the history of what is happening in Gabon? Curfew was imposed. But when you're 64 point something percent. Now, I said that for now, so you say, yeah, Shaman. Then you go Gabon. And yes, efficient. At least the Gabonese cannot heave a kind of relief. So everyone in the class asked them. And you know, why do you associate it with Dr. Baumia?
Banana. So Niao cannot say who knows you a Gabon, a yard papa my Gabon for Sana Pisocho.
Yes, for the ordinary Gabonese.
And Uche Mua and Untudi Casano anything.
Okay.
Niao Digina Swadia Casano anything.
1. 55 years. Papa been in a bank, no deal man. 2. You have a 2023. We are seeing the internet facilities in our closing down. Internet facilities. 3. Why impose you catch? Why impose you catch? If I want to move you, 4. Foreign observers, Ghana, you have a 2 bar. For a month forever, to the extent that could you local observers crying now? Could you, my district of Kony, the whole, and then you know, baby. Ghana, you need free and fair and transparent. Ghana, you have only 2 terms to pay. We are finding one. So when I talk about Gabon, what is the basis of talking about Ghana? Yes, because you want him.
Meet you, banana.
In Sierra Leone, are you aware of Sierra Leone? About another tono last month, no. Madabio, Yako, no Yako Manaswe. But as you are talking, another Joey, another Ukiana. Obia, I was lost on Oba, no, Jordan, and I'm not Banabelli, Naminyan Canea, Minyakana. As of now, no cool, Nira Branda, Mahama Jordan. No final results from the Electoral Commission of Sierra Leone. No ma out. Then, as my say, we are Sierra Leonean. How will you feel? Will you feel comfortable? In all these cases, I don't see African leaders telling their fellow leaders to say, and yet. So, Gabon, African observers, but I am Sahara without frontiers, Bara Mamunko. International observers, Bara Yamamunko. Local observers, Bara Mamunko. EU observers, Bara Yamamuma. Yamamu Visa Mamuma. Yasinambo curfew. African leader Bakuku to Yan Kankra, Ali Bomusa, Ura, Niawoyan, and yet. And because I want to get piano, African nationals should be viewers of food and fetchers of water. My head, look, take Cameroon. I know I saw here, meaning 1 year ago, we are Francopenus. Cameroon, for beer, while cooking in France. All of what dear Kunyan, I think 41 years or 40 years. Okay, or prayer celebration. And a hotel now on Cameroonians, the piano. Any cake in all their Koyano, bɛsɛ no ne minister baako bɛbɔ ne babaka bɛdwane. Let's behave as an ordinary Cameroonian. So what Cameroon pa na problems ya moko pa na o president all the way akonya no so mfie aduanan or koye birthday party or koye holiday our France. How would you feel? African intellectuals no the brain strain and coupon the brain very and coupon the brain timi kan no correct.
Enti yempanyifo na aka ho na ne ekoso nyina no ekoso sana pesa o kire wo ebibrim hai.
Ola me
mecha say ye leaders ne ka ho na ne ekoso bia no ekoso kus ni.
Exactly. Okay. They should be bold enough to tell their colleague leaders say ne ekoso shut up on je me come to us. So mo ka kire no say look, man shut it down into the facilities. Man more curfew. Ubo curfew and sadaba. Nan kotie ya. Nka uje se kudu baba. Nobody is rooting for coup. No, it even sabi you, Mr. Mekan. Mr. Mekan atie for mpamacho. Mr. Mekan. So uko ayi mponchi buo mkura na kete biye wura ho bia wo de mana bo mponchi no a. O de wo wura buo mkura na mponchi da kotare buo na no. Tada ma umma. We need to be fair and honest and sincere to our God. We need to be fair and honest and sincere to our profession. We need to fear God. They say you're screwing and coupon. They say you're putting and coupon. They say you cannot correct. They say you're booyah young. They say you're screwing at me. They say you're booyah young. All throughout, I was a very young people campaign. I was in at any point in time, they are making things of you. Barbara and Dr. Bowman, April. Then you know, they are good material. But I can't wait. Obribo aka sa mara men kan he bara Alan o kanwe o kasetia abano o kasa mara men kan he bara Dr. Kotode contractors be tiada ka obribo aka mara men kan he sabi interest me ni kan but as a citizen politician I must know what to say, what to do, what to comment at any given time. Africans are undergoing who just come and UNDP sponsored 19 governors of Nigeria. Omoko a retreat on governance in Rwanda. Omoko from 24th August to 27th August. What that's sorry. Working can be UNDP has sponsored 19 governors of Nigeria. Omoko retreat on governance in Rwanda. From 24th August. And tell you, we don't need to be 24th August to 27th August. Another year. Now what you have? Now Nigeria with all the resources. Nobody is saying that there should be good in Nigeria. No. The talking can now what here. Who believe it? So those three names, who don't come Masarachi, who don't come Bosonso, who don't hear Christoni, who don't hear Bahai, who don't hear Buddhist, who don't hear one Sunyame, who don't win your mini. No king can stand your marina. What come up our albums? What come up albums? In the Casanime Pro, Mimi Yang Stro, Mimi Tippy, Mimi Yanko Pona, O woman, Minyanko Pon, O woman, Minyanko Pon, Achadia, Adomnato Marapa, Achadia, the Amamino. We shall be still be whether in politics, whether in law, whether in soccer, whether they are becoming opera.
Mamma Nassini and Franco Monisi, I am sure to pay.
That's about me and you. Catch about back casting an answer. With a master than my ding. Who will tell my family Africa? Who will send them in Labum? Who will send them? Man can do it, and I got to be. Man can do it, and I don't know. Timun Kabaunia in man can no back. Let us be here, but we are winning 275 constituencies. The Secretary, many young shepherd Sacramento, Tina Mayo 200. In fact, from 1st November, the treasure fear, but we are one year, but we are one more after new deal. Equitai. Menkasapa, Nakoponama Tadiano, Namema, Nankopon, and Natapon, we say, Nankopon the men, at the young, my dear, I'm about. It does.
na obi buahin na no peote ne kanit 100 point na Ghana Montie suno asogoi. Yada su go su yedi nkomo ye hwe nsem ahodo a aba beto dwa ena wukoi ene ye de brɛ mu no twa pa mu pepepe. Ebra so se making come adwinche ni bia mo de abrɛ wo ye WhatsApp line so na masamba ni atwa so anope di amamo. The most regrettable thing Ghanaians have done is by buying into NPP's false propaganda, which had led us to the hardships we're going through. There is hope for NDC JDM to also bring 24-hour working system, which intended to bring more jobs and reduce corruption. Alai Baba, Medina. Because he let Amasaman get to know, Amansan get to know that Gabon is not an ECOWAS member, but rather Central African Community that Adanko, Edifie, Paris, and Odebaye. Well, I'm sure say the reason why ECOWAS Ababeto no Anopeno is because of the fact they say ECOWAS now saying Williams yes Omo Ebano Kuku and Semia Debia Natchez Omudiwom. So yes, it's correct. ECOWAS, I mean Gabon is not a member. AU, yes. Left me alone, the leadership of the NPP should make it a point that amongst the top 5 by the Super Delegate Conference, whoever comes first and second should be the flag bearer and the running mate respectively. If such policy is being implemented, it will surely bring unity and understanding among the party people. Yao Osankide Edi Free Taifa. Sofmami Domi, I'm pleading with all NPP party polling station executive to vote massively for Dr. Bawumia to lead NPP party as flag bearer in to victory 2024 because he's a unifier to be a president of Ghana. Ghanaians will never make a mistake to vote for the NDC party and JDN to come and destroy what Nanado and the NPP government has built. DJ O'Malley and YUC. The biggest liar in Ghana declared by Google is Google. Dr. Bawumia, and he's carried the day because he lied in the delegates to the delegates, and they also voted massively for him. Simon Azaleko, Agbogba EP down. Yeah, Semo. Akasma be du no so nanon kunabo. Need 100.9 Ghana Montie sunu asogui. Kwaba. There one crata is still a big way him. Is this such like no do him?
Daily Statesman.
Daily Statesman. What must you say?
Abusia for a Daily Statesman and Nimha. Youth Employment Agency penny power down or the Nymphonia Batua and Westman Naye. Ordinance left in Westman Abodge. No what I say, a Sikanwan and Womuka say, Woman de Bema, a government and tethers entities, no. Sikana ready. And ya de Baba my youth, no. Na ebidi acquire government, a bench de Bia tethers. Near tongue a discover. His Excellency the Vice President, Ninkunim dia wodi yeno. Anya apprentice nunti ena wodi nkunim dia no obedi ni dada. Afei mampanin wo tu ajajefoɔ ye o. Sɛ wɔn ma atem wo tenten na ase a aya wɔn ngine ho mienu esanse justice delay justice deny. Ora Stephen Ayensu ntim mfoni da ha. Oye MPP chairman. Wasi MPP neck ebesia enne. Eye ora Boate Ejako ena ora Francis Adenimo. Se yebema omumi enu nyina contest bi. Ana se yebekwa akotu onu so aba na yeyi ba ko afrim. Abato aye kotu onu kura enya daage se ye. Ana se yebe ne sen. Nti sa meeting no ena omo kwa akoye no enne na omo ahese yebeyi ba ko afirimu ana se ombema omu nyina etina na tebokrata me de to aso aye the informer nim ha no what say just one groups of companies no omo kwanim pa omo kwanim ankasa nti na nsen papa no ti award na ne yere nso ti award woman award wate ate anya award so ketwa na kwabena Japan en wo mu tese waya ade pa ye to abewie ya wulusu ye entempa waje atum wo mu aseso wo congratulate wo mu wa congratulate wo num kama verdict ye ba ye nso waje atum energy minister ekorete except na imani MPA deputy chief executive officer waje abasobode planting for food and jobs party aduane eba enya aduane ketua na custodian democrat enim hanso 27.7 million US dollars and a World Bank for the amayense yan fansa NHIS planting for food and jobs part 2 no amampeni kwapa ahontoma no so ewa ha say youth employment agency womu tese Ghana mebunu dodo na yemu womu sika wombetumi dia ya Texas na government enti yedin kama wonum ntete ya ntete no Texas and government na saa nneɛma mienu emebunu no momfa mo ho ensemu ebeboa mo daache democrat enim ha ane democrat ahodo no nso enne pani ba ko a woso ntakrache wo mu pa Dr. Daniel Macaulay Magdan ne nyinaa yɛ adaa ɛhɔ na ɛkwan ne nyinaa edi ɛkoro mampeni ɛkɔ akobie saa dwumadie no ano ɛna democrat ɛka ho asɛm na democrat yɛ frɛ ne sɛ new crusading guide mampeni Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo ɛna wɔyɛ gye Gulf of Guinea sɛ yɛn invest na maritime technology yɛ betumi aboa ɛpo yɛ deɛ no ne yabobɔ ho ban sɛ deɛ bɛyɛ nipa bɔnefoɔ te sɛ anwurɔ bɛse ɛwɔ asase yi anwurɔ bɛse nso wɔ po so na anwurɔ bɛse ɛwɔ po so no yɛfrɛ mu paresi palette anwurɔ bɛse ɛwɔ asase yi so a mefrɛ mu anwurɔ bɛse no ɛpo so deɛ no yɛfrɛ mu parrot na saa parrot no ana mampeni tese yebɛbɔ yɛn ho ban afiri wonum ho sɛdeɛ ɛbɛyɛ a wɔn mɛworo bo yɛn ɛwɔ ɛpo so na gold force ɛna wɔn bɔ jansa energy for yo
amikodi sankomo ina memra sɛ anope ba ko ba beto dwa asepa wɔn di attorney general ensem bi nti ɔmode nti yɛne ora Mensa Thompson executive director ma asepa yɛne no ni nkomo enyi chichiemu saa semi aba beto dwa yi emu chichiemu pa ne sɛn Mensa Thompson yɛda asemu akɔ ababa ni TFM so anope
yo me bia meji moso
so ba ko akinkan no kyerɛ sɛ attorney general say mo pese mo no fa mra kwan so san sɛ nsɛm bi hɔnom sin yɛkɔ so a ɔman mu hanom sɛn mo ni nye ho asɛm no mu chichiemu nkomo ne sɛn pa Mensa
yo me da sima me tell you for na no be ye de kan enye attorney general la yene no e wa asem ba said the constitution chere no the officer ode o mino e kokota ye attorney general so now the befa nti attorney general the suit no e ko fa ne so keke suit ni nyina ne se ufa yen constitutional the the 1992 constitution. It provided for under Article 286 to say before you people would say over the public office holder, to say minister, to say MP, to say superior court judge, to say president, to say vice president, and now any of the positions specified under Article 286(5) of the Constitution. No, there was still Auditor General Department. Now, Okofa are a friend of asset declaration form. Now, who declare we just a dear to do our any a card do our body. Now, you want to say, Oba Abamuno, we just a dear to do you say, what dying a year, no. Waka yemi ensa. What the cover bank pay 1 million. and I was at that bank and see be a 50,000 Ghana. Na yenhunu ansakrana wakotena office on your first day in office. Into what kind Article 2 is this, sir? Or say you must declare your assets and liability before taking office. Now, in 1998, Parliament is so ready a big guided declaration of assets by public office holders specified under Article 286. Your first time rano Public Office Holders Declaration of Assets and Disqualification Act at 550. Sam Rano and a pioneer and as a remove the asset declaration law. You share in under Article 286 of the Constitution. Now, under Sam Rano, I provided a 6 months grace period. Say, obedi officer within 6 months, obetimi ako file with declaration. Sam Ranona, ye share ni din say emrei ene ye 1992 Constitution Article 286 eboebra. Because Article 286 say before taking office, not just say you bow this minister. Before we call vetting crown, you must declare your assets and liabilities. Because vetting people say, have you filed your written declaration of assets and liabilities? It's a day and a parliament for say we take office we are after 6 months. Ube to me I can file a declaration of assets and liabilities. It is some random that you say the media and a constitution of web brand. Constitution is before taking office. And I'm right to say at 6 months after taking office. Constitution is to say.
But I'm sure sir Constitution is supreme. So
the supremacy of the Constitution.
Of course.
Exactly. But Niama Yagasem we are court say. Yet the public office holders they bring Akoshraj for failing to file their declarations on time. I'm a Shraj actual reporter there said, oh, but almost filing within the 6 months grace period. And they say, even himself, 6 months is a long time in the life of a public office holder to acquire wealth illegally. 6 months is a long time. Some young say to go for millions every day. 6 months is such a long time because I've done first day office and conform the sunlight and the envelope because of the penny and and the asset declaration regime. The purpose of it is to ensure that public office holders do not unlawfully use their positions for personal gains or to enrich themselves. The Jokoye Mbrase will be able to follow the declaration with this 6 months. Clearly, you are shortchanging our public accountability mechanism as a country. And that is why your activity, your constitutional mandate under the Constitution, any law found to be inconsistent with any provisions of the Constitution is null and void to the extent of the inconsistency. Again, or say, citizens now say any law or enactment is found to be inconsistent with any provision of the Constitution, you have a right to activate the original jurisdiction of the Supreme Court to clarify that provision and to set the record straight on that matter. It is in performance of our constitutional mandate as citizens and as a public accountability organization to ensure the Supreme Court ever making a fair pronouncement there. The declaration must be filed before taking office and not 6 months after taking office.
enti modia mo as niamra no kire no ye constitution ni kire no as oman papa eno na mo so mo pese mo disu ni se article 1-2 no ho asem na mo gina na mo de mo ni kire ye
of the constitution.
Okay.
Very, very paramount.
Young has any about intima filing processes now, Senate.
Your filing process not 2 days ago. All the parties involved, including the Attorney General, have been duly served.
Okay. Until I can say be entire appearance.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's the pay. Young has any about call you. That's a Mensa Thompson, Executive Director, Asepa. And a penny down the point, Nagana Montie soon as you go. Well, Ghana Constitution, you know, says any 1-2, no. Shall be the supreme law of Ghana and any other law found to be inconsistent with any provision of this constitution shall, to the extent of inconsistency, be void. To only judge Supreme Court. Now, Supreme Court in commerce, mom. Supreme Court, ebe mom, and a Supreme Court, ebe boegu. And her senior Becco. Need 100.9 Ghana Montie Sunye. Yada Sugusu and pay din come your hands and say city. But my main kind comment Kakransana, Mr. Mafua Sambim no about Twaso, Eddie Amayan, Ewo Jimmy D. So, Majin Channel, at Papa. Have you seen the results of assaulting the pillars of power of our democracy? You brought, what is that? Hey. Are you trying to say mercenaries to come train party tax to destabilize democracy and promise them jobs if you win power? So if you break your promise, what do you think will happen? But then, Deborah Teshi gone to school. Greedy Africans. Example, Gabon president, you are too greedy for your stomach. African soldiers are coming for you, presidents who are greedy. They are moving African countries to uncorrupt land. Beware. Zoti. Latabia question. Zoti. Today should be the last time we're saying this language, you know. But see, when is the NIA starting the limited registration exercise? NIA is not doing any limited registration, Pacho. It is the Electoral Commission that is embarking on limited voter registration. I think it starts on 12th of September. Busumi September, I'm saying, the date of so NIA, the Omo registration, and the Ohonum says, so yes, almost so many more blank cards. And to CCR, no, maybe a NIA card, no, wouldn't be able to me a corner, but with the limited voter registration, the Empacho, Electoral Commission for an year, and Tishan soon. Naka, who said, September, and the date of do me no mashas here. Amisco Spelele Kasoa. Statistically, the results from NPP's last Saturday's polls is just a true reflection that will transform into the November 4th election. In fact, Dr. Baumia will lead the NPP to victory come 2024. Mr. Ajari, I've been coming. But see, Ghana is not safe at all. Narado must do things right. I'm afraid for Mother Ghana. TK, Spinkters, do what? Ghana is safe. For sure. Or you say you don't be safe. TK, for sure. Mesha Kasante Abuso says, I haven't seen a party which is so violent and notorious like the NPP party before. Because how can people with high leadership positions go to polls and there were violence everywhere? And this same party expect Ghanaians to vote for them. Yeah. Hey, Mesha, are you sure there was violence everywhere? Eh? Oh, yeah, sure. All right? Brim kakre, na mintiu.
Abusiafo, Democrat, the new publisher address and Ebonom Yensa Alisa Hotel. And one MPP Amanyo company for Ekwakoye emergency meeting. Nasa emergency meeting. asɛm tiawa ɔmo kɔto aba yɛnya de odi first ye de odi second de ɔtɔɔ so mmiɛnsa ɛnan but de ɔtɔɔ so enum ɛne nsia no ɔmo bɔ bracket na bracket a ɔmo bɔɔyɛ no ɛna party no to nsa frɛ wɔnum sɛ nka yɛne baako kasa sɛ one step down ma baako nkɔ wɔsi dɛbi wɔmpene yɛma no kɔ ne yɛsan frɛ baako nso sɛ ɔpɛni wɔn nso step down na baako nkɔ ɔno nso sɛ wɔmpene sɛ wɔn mu mmienu nyinaa gyina mu dendenden na adɛnti na wɔn bɔɔ bracket ɛne yɛsɛ nka mo hu yɛ nka mo ma vote baako boro baako deɛ so na nka saa wɔ ha nyinaa tu atwa nti wɔn mu mmienu no obiara so wɔmpene nti wɔn yɛ emergency meeting ɛnɛ ɛbɔ nnɔɔ mmiɛnsa ɛwɔ Alisa hotel ya ɛwɔ nkran ha na wɔn akɔ decide na wɔwura kwabena gyeegya pɔmpo a wɔyɛ former general secretary koraa deɛ wɔtrɛ sɛ bɛtumi a nka yɛn mu wɔn mmienu nyinaa mpo nkɔntɛse so wɔn mmienu nyinaa koraa kɔntɛse na ɛkɔyɛ nipa nsia a ha ɛnsɛ hwee wɔn kɔto a nipa nsia wɔ mu deɛ wopɛ no wato ama no it doesn't change anything nti nka yɛnya mu wɔn nkɔto ɛno ho meeting ɛna wɔn kɔ akɔyɛ ne nnɛ nti outcome ɛbɛfiri mu aba no mmiɛnsa yɛnya ate pɛ yɛbɛma yɛtiefo aso ate ne yɛkɔɔ so ɛwɔ saa nsiemudie no ase na mampanin na adoda nkɔ akufo ado ne Kamala Harris ɛwɔ ha na wɔn bɔ nkɔmɔdɛ sɛnka te sɛ kane no anka yɛbɛka so wɔn bɔ seretadeɛ wɔn bɔ nkɔmɔ a wɔn sere kyekyekyekyekye na ɛno na wɔn tirɛ sɛ ɛnti mampanin wɔbɛnya akokoduro paa LGBTQI+ asɛm wɔbɛnya akokoduro de ne nɛɛsi fam wɔ ho sɛdeɛ ɔne Amerikafoɔ to abasakɔ mu yɛ a wɔn sere kɔba yi wɔn ade a wɔn mpɛ no mampanin bɛtumi aka so ɔbɛyɛ ɛno na wɔda ɔte ne kakra kyerɛ sɛ wɔntumi nyɛ sansa aborɔfo yi ɔne wɔn anekɔna ɛsan ɛkra na telegard bɔkrataa koraa deɛ nra na yɛ mɔnimsɛm ɛwɔ ha lawyer Godwin Edugye Tamaklo ɔno ɛna wɔyɛ NDC amanyɔkuo legal team no ɔpani a wɔda no ɔkasa koraa wɔ ha yɛ ano wɔbɔ kɔkɔ sɛ wɔn ɛbɛtam electoral commission de na akɔpie mu wɔ court sɛ ade a wɔreyɛ no ɛmoa wɔn nti wɔn hwɛ na wɔn nsakra mu but wɔn nso kyerɛ sɛ deɛ ɔbɛyɛ ana ɔbɛyɛ nti sɛbi patapaa pieto yɛde mmara na ɛworɔ nti wɔn de ne kɔ akɔgyina mmara nim na mmara no aka bi.
So, Director of Legal Affairs, my NDC, me boy, Edugye Tamaklo. Now, I heard the informer, the Bokata, no kind of one same be what Hanum say. Oshia informer, the Bokata, na, Edugye Infoni da Honum, and I hear Betty Moldy, Jewish Infoni da ho, who do ya, Yansu Infoni da ho. See, NDC senior lawyers angry over Director of Legal Affairs appointment. Now, okay, kind story now. See, contrary to claim that the appointment of Director of Legal Affairs of the National Democratic Congress, NDC, received the needed unanimity. Credible sources within party clearly disapproved the claim. According to the impeccable sources, some senior lawyers within the party are engraved and peeved by the fact that the most senior lawyers who have served the party for several years in dedication and sacrifice were sidelined and not consulted in the appointments.
Overkwesi, men cannot say the Okano. Yo, Abusiafo the Bokraten, what I say, and this Yamanyoko and Sakraya, Wumuye, our appointment, ya day lawyer, Godwin Edugye Tamaklo, Ababa two Omoliga Timuano. The Bokrate, say, and Penimphony be a lie. Ya Wumutrese, senior lawyers who na yɛde abranteɛ a wɔno yɛ kuma yɛde no aba bɛti wɔn anim ti bebree no adwalae ɔbakwasi me sɛnka wɔtumi tu mmere kyerɛ esie sɛ wɔne asomasi kasaeɛ ɔne ɔbɛnten kasaeɛ na saa nipa no se wɔmani nte ho a ɛne nka deɛ democrat ka nkamagye adi but baabi a wɔde faayɛ no deɛ I doubt because lawyer Eduji Tamaklo of Akwesi wa rise wahu ne nsa hohoro nti wɔne mpani didi yeye ɛna adwuma no nso
so the democrat and person che say enya dia omo ye enough consultation pinifo ai bia omo so maso party no omo mu na say bia omo ne omo ndi nkita ho bia omo te ya ne so BBC aba betudwa that's what the people no person che
and not dear of Akwesi me da oto no kakra me martin ya me say the democrat and no enya
sanity
yeah
okay
because lawyer digital macro party of Akwesi o deserve and one say oye younger obetumi akọ bebia sam penimfo ya wobobo omudin
yeah
me didi so omudi omunim dia no betai na chi
yeah in fact amayen kokafo ne mrafo mo chance na na mo ma mebunu no so mebu amayen kakra
yes
mo fa mo experience mo fa nta mochi
yes amayen penimfo nti say
amayen ti say ali bongo no
yes enti abrantie mojamono a wote say ya yede senka meti free obi te say babajama ana say womu a wuwo ho amaliba numu anumu a ena nkameka say oh but baby a the democrat fa free ya ne de wen kwa ne appointment ya party no aya maintain ho wa ya me say omu nyina di atum say omu nko with this enti be nim baby a wokonya free ya wo say senior the
democrat akwaba na your discussion segment in before so emra betra so anope
of Akwesi there say fie chimpo ni abofu enti nana nso de na wo kaaye no
nana be
boss so my hene a ono nso tu electoral commission ma menofo
monfa ayi basa bi amfa man
ya wo say won hye na edinkyere no won tretre mu nkofo
na gosh nana person ya politics anoede
of Akwesi papa so pa homa so nya nanum de ne yie mu a
me say na person ya politics ana
there be of Akwesi wo tufu yeah
yo
otufu
nyama bebre ko so na ntufu
of Akwesi akeka na akeka madampan
nyama bebre msi nyama bebre na ntufu
ebia ni o se na na hu a wo ka wo electoral commission tro din was wo kire no wo district capital
we pe ne hia na
yeah and party for ni nyina se
ya ko bebia nana wona yenya bibia koso nana eno de ehu hia obeka ho ase wan
well said that ya see ya kan hina no
won se ni a obre ni ameka ketu bi won se ni a obre ansa na we ya
no ya kan na no asem ya kan tiri
se ni a obre ansa na be ya no sa na nana se hu se ya nana so no
ya wono akan na me ka bi ade woni tiri mu de minim
yo ya dana na se dana na so otuafo hu me anya politics no say electoral commission mo nye no mo mfa basa say bia mfa mba yo ya dana na se kwama ya share da se anope de bon krata na wakenkan dia mayen na ya discussion segment for ye do so Kojesiama Ado lead advocate social watch Africa social policy and governance analyst Betnasi Emmanuel Anyima KK NDC communication team member and Dr. Yao Trifo and so NPP communication team member and a pay studio one say but I mean for we friend member and yanko now taining cano well Brasso and a pay and August Nidato so your discussion segment here in pin for at Nancy Kojesiama Ado lead advocate social watch Africa social policy and governance analyst and the studio no Nancy answer Dr. Yao Trifo NPP communication team member Doc Akwaba
yeah
empomwe
adomara kwa
so
ene dia samba
that's it
yabase mama
that's it
akwanya we say yes we yembeka bi na yete he no nkyese na nyansa wo wiase ne awo yetirim
okay
yes wo opportunity ne say ye bisa eni yebeka bi na ye sha se ano no
Oh, me mo akwa badanka me chia kodwo so na
ma ba. Dem beka say ye sam ya man peni abedi echi Dr. Banwo Bawumia tinkwa. Ye kan ye se party ni be hye na nyonyam. Ampa party ni so ahye na nyonyam ama ye hu sen ye tie na chi.
Okay.
Ono ne ye de ne be kon akono.
Okay.
The meka no ne no po ashasi ide.
Ebedi super delegate hu nkomo but mamema eye kodwo esiama adon so akwaba kodwo akwaba.
Bazi meje oso na ye do Nyankopon ase se wa ma yenkwa. Na ne yekoso wo ebibiman mu de Ghana ye wo asumdwie. Na da ne de bia meka se eye obia asode senti ne ye benya asumdwie ewo oman Ghana mu hanu mu se bibi koso na senye ofa enye oda fa wano nakasa nako the right institutions no ho na oni won enkodi enkomo menfa tumi no enhye won sem esan se so man no dan butu a ye nyina na ye butu se ekoye nsu a ye nyina nso ene ye beko yen anim kwasi
me da se na me nyina nso na we dey yanti we sankomo enfi honum say I'm sure say the news is all over say oman Gabon asoja for no akwakotu presidents wo mo chese o maye ku resource sabato o mo to me dey twa mu enra wo mo declare Ali Bongo as president no wo mo se wo mo nyintum opposition no crown so mo nyintum to asoja for no nyanya ntia ne se wo mo se this year the omaji o man na boso you see on the street of Gabon Libreville near Diamantfo Bo say you do come kakra no pay yen fa eno enhye Gabon, what is happening there? No, could you meet you?
Because na yenka senti no ebibimanmu, especially the francophone speaking nations, you know, I am say there is some kind of inframabia erebo fa honum ama obia I say obia any rebie nkakra na inspiration and motivation na wonya fi Burkina Faso, wonya fi friend den Mali and recently one so etimi cause so I think say Gabon so wetimi anya sa because of ye ka bibi say democracy but so bi ba no obetesti democracy no hu eda ewomu emfasode a obenya akonode a obenya wom eni tumi ne ahoden a onya fisa government systems ni mu a na ni refi na imra na edene bae no ananka ebia obeso wetena so 2 terms 5 years 10 years and 4 years 8 years no na kwasi ayenede enu nti ube se wa fa kwan kwati kwan bi so na wasesa imra no na in his favor sene ebe obetena so ache ukobi sankrofo bebre obi ono obeka senti o owo ideas bi a opese otena so na otumi ewie saa project ne ideas no entina mbiza house entina ade kanda bongo man nyomu na boy no mo we Ali Bongo ana because Ali Bongo I mean current president so called since 2009 obedi Gabon so ordinarily I was saying can term of office no ebawi so no miemia niam bi kakra as they say nka election ya wo ye nre ya no oreko for a third term enkrofubi empe say emra na de oba party friend government no any power no so oba na so sesa amra ne pe I say you are denying other people the opportunity to also come and govern and lead the country that you are also leading. And the right people, so-called right people, is the military. They are the ones who are protecting the territorial integrity of every sovereign nation. And to say bibi says na se nkosu ye na wo feel say what tietia emraso anasa wo pese wo de ne ekoso no unya bibi fimu bape. They are the ones who are going to stand up against you. But I would say Ereboboba, gradually, francophone speaking countries, Obibeka said they are seeing a new light. There is a paradigm shift in leadership. There is a new wind that is blowing out. Though it is a very good wind in a certain way, not to allow certain people to take dominance over a period of time for a very long time, you know. But we ask ourselves, is it the right way? The progress, the development, the transformations are a best store. Wow, sir, transition is ongoing and sana we constitute another government, you know. All that resources now depleting, you know. Have people thought about this before they take their gun and then go into the barrel, then go into the presidential palace and seize power and say this president, this democracy, we are putting an end to it. And I think it is high time we should highlight the effects of coup d'etats in Africa, in West Africa. Now you use case studies, yemma video evidence, yemma picture evidence, pictorial evidence, na yemma human losses and so abanso evidence. Na yen just opposing and casintino. If we had continued to be in that autocratic state and use democratic means to eliminate those autocratic systems, what would have been the gain? And if we go with the barrel of the gun to go and say, by force, we are going to remove an individual, what will be the effect, the consequential effect on the economy? And students, you know, go school because there is school. What's in every government transactions, every ministry, every agency ceases to operate. And to be a contract to be riba, development to be riba. All these things have come to a halt. It is high time, leaders, political leaders, sawoba, na sawope se obe disua, emeresua. You have done your part. You just go. I mean, the progress we are all seeking is a journey. It's not a destination. It's not a destination. Even UK, even Canada, even US, Crampono, they've not gotten to where they really want to get to. So it's a it's a journey. It's not a destination. Kwasi.
Midasi kujesi ama Donaldin in Kano. Mamin na minji kakranfi doc trefo honum si na Gabon niesi na mama keki and so abi doc maminti o Gabon.
Ofa Gabon asemi die eya asifem kakra. Eya yese African maimu na especially West Africa, even though Gabon and Kaya home no. Ya dimbone ama ye ho eba coup d'etat ewo krum ha ewo Africa. Osha all over the world Africa there. I say every month be a coup d'etat BC baby. We all know coup d'etat effect. Say ema o minor a sign echi. Coup d'etat there enya depa. Ghana ha yenya ye share, African countries ni bi enyom share. And from bedbia ye free abani ye wonsu coup d'etat emwa. But Gabon so there has a problem so ho. On my president or call contest atena so 13 years. No person osesa constitution. Oma sesa kwari. Na wo san ko biom. Yasefem Emma omo maka wo krom se wo pa che se sebe nko ana nyansa wo tirima obetima bu man na na ye hwe ni biom nipa ba ku ya so o papa so betena so che so papa de no no de ne de boma almost 56 years
papa chance 42
so betena so 13 anka mo de anka mabusu ane de ka asem bia anya dan enhye dan ni ho na de san ye hu kura ne se Ufye ku se eba nia no so a presidential guards no e na initiate you omo ben tumi no omo ben president na nkomo ye de anim se soldier for no ben so nkomo de omo ye okay no dodo na omo na initiate trend ne so ya akoye se French speaking countries. Are we seeing another Arab Spring back at early 2010 11 hokwana Arab Spring from Tunisia they buy ye share they see after Arab Spring no and fast wobe na de buy inti Gabon de ne de enya de pa but ye ka se soldier for na anya de no yes yetimi ka no kure se omo kwotena asese san constitution so anya den anya de and they should all be held liable. Soldier for na anya de if there is law, if I'm running bet your money I'm running media one so motena so no ye kan so AU e den na AU ye when the processes started, because ye di efiasem and FC ye te haya amansenia internationally ye hu say Africa de nye serious. Ku iso e ba iso Gabon so de anka oil de omo te so pan oil ne timber ne other minerals omo te so about 60% of their GDP is from oil revenue. How are these revenues going to be managed and accounted for in this period of coup d'etat? Because system bi anya den ya suspended system bi na institution bi a ni ni ane soja memo no nti enye ma Africa enye ma yenia enye ma obi a ma uko even you go to uko amamano ne kra na Africa no ampa asa de omo ka no se ya bam se ye de enti asamase bibi ani ya kukuru tuyo uko other place enye se yes in dia wa ha o, but at least the institutions no aye adwuma inti Gabon de si pan de ayasefem I say we should all condemn it in on with the highest magnitude we can. Na yam hodi ya African leaders, AU leaders no responsible, so they should be able to call a spade a spade. Say adiani nko ya because start here no mu hu ye. Na so obi anka ho asem. So obi adi ni fi asem. By a bomb price side AC there. Ghana their empire NC because Ghana yam pin my constitution bia. And we know say we have the men, not just in MPP we have the men, but we have the men in Ghana. Say they will stand up to any change. Because say me president. Na na dan ko kufa so so be sa constitution a. Yen bu kwa yam pin. Enya de ABC. NDC me sure say no more NDC ni other political parties kra empene. Because you are quite 30 years of democratic dispensation, 30 years of parliament, and see I'm celebrating on 30th anniversary with a whole lot of retinue of celebration. Na asem we be abeto. Ushe your neighbors na just say ekoso. Ye man no kre and daddy. Ni entimin ka ade a enye. Na dia akosi wa no yempe kwan immediately AU can go into Gabon and have peace talk and never constitutional rule and bring back. Even when Ali Bongo is not there, yempe interim management be, then we can hold fresh elections. But elections are quiet. Wakate no what the curfew aba. What close borders? No international observers. What kind of election is that? District Assembly election krano. Local observers krawum. Oh Ghana. Now election a day Oman Peniba, Obiamba, issue visa. Not just from the onset, and I dream bonny war. So, your phone should on my yard, and no, no credit on my yard. Yan Shani and 2 money for not the right thing should be done this time around.
But I see, I mean, call a cake, so I mean, Kiki. Microphone in here, Kakrana. Okay, I mean, you.
I see my mintia, what's here for you? I mean, my pound for. Yeshemo hase.
Ejoso.
Na menka say His Excellency John Dramani Mahama no pay ochi obia o say en kantre Ghana for say en kanka drivers or mo drive truck drivers, Uber drivers, teachers, journalists, producers, MPP for panelists for bia en kantre obia say elections are 2024 the Ghana we want to build together and you focus. Now there is hope. It's no mobia be mumbu se niema asai kra na or baba beji it's no anope enchia any message or semi farmer Ghana for no. Na metie kakra about Gabon kui. Na me share dan take you notice here but metena ha na me kind with BBC what has just happened in Gabon. But you see it is very unfortunate say can't cool asema na see Ghana de asumdwe mine Ghana de asumdwe mine. But for the past 3 years I think this is the 8th coup abba within the French colonies Africa has this is the 8th one. I was see a sheni ye na asem kese as Africans. This is na menuanika AU4 ECOWAS for big organizations now. Yati who see you say we want peace in Africa no. I was see a shani etinase na yeka. Na they said the election ben na ye kwa ye close borders. Election ben ye kwa close internet access. Election be ni kwa ye ma observers baby. Not just from the inabinitio, not just adwin boni ene wo utrim. Inti no say adwin boni ni utrim. Some of these things you should not do it. And you see a case of democracy expensive. They don't know what democracy is. In fact, from 92 Ghana, elections were ha. Ye dia babedru I say no. And no cry area. And yet easy. And any 3 days MPP for koye super delegate conference. She say ye tu ni penny ye bubru nipa ye body pa suma ye sebe violence ni maniama.
Mr. Oyangu, there would be Nasa, you there Kagabon assembly because over same common. I said, you make us some person make us out. Obe do my Kanama media. They do about the Kagabon. The Mamenka say. Inti make say your democracy no, very young. Inti no say, Osha say, I think area you grow. Inti me more example to say MPP for elections. So Mokoya ya make a million person make. It's part of the democracy because democracy no. Your mind is chechere into your mind. It's second tier into no say baby banner a touchy we need to condemn it so that moving forward, we will not see such violence again because I feel no mukoyi over 200,000 delegates but now we over less than 1,000 pena omu chuchu omu se kan omu bobo omu enisi now mukoyi 200,000 India. So we are telling them that it is part of democracy near building. So omunya abutre. However, no, say you dive into Gabon issue now, you realize say near ma say kitin de siya yanka hon sema journalist for say BNB muba so musro so mo bekan say then you don't understand. Na kwa say amanyoko ba ko pe na asemba yeka. You see, they said the American, the AC was Gabon, I was here taking lessons from it. My antenna saying, Kase, Ghana, dear, send it, and possible. Everything is possible. We should only take lessons from it because see, taking lessons from it, now my guide. Near Tnaho, near Kase, oh, Ghana, Shiensia, Ghana, Kuesida. Sabi near Mubi and Wu Yenti, and him said a coup, nete. Ku esi wo kroma da e na enye baako enye mienu nti ku esisi wo kroma no kire say possible say one day ku betu bi esisi anye ye niema yi a eno na wose ye hwe ne ye ka ne ye because constitution 1992 constitution we are nyina ya adwene say eno ne ye de be ye adwuma no any kwan say people must abuse the power because once you get power and you begin to abuse the power no yes na omanfo na timamufo no edi ya ho timamufo no start say edi ya wa eno ene de sa niema no start fire sa niema no because we share the African countries omo ayeku ene niema Niger ne ho keka ho sa niema we mu bia nti ebeto aba mampani na mampani abetena so oni na busuafo adadode de ewo aban mu no omo pe na esefata omo na constitution ya fa ede be ye adwuma no na omo decide say the constitution they will amend the constitution and be change the constitution in their favor. Alasa Watara or ye bi wo Cote d'Ivoire ECOWAS te ho omo ankasa or the akone third term yet ha say ya obeka so sanso asesa constitution yen kasa na esia Cote d'Ivoire e wo ye hwan no eya ye na efri elembele ne jomro ne nzema no ye ne omo share border. So we know what is happening there. Ye nuanom e wo ho e trade ye busuafo e wo ho a concern emaye into sometimes say ni kwansi ye ni into African leaders you see I think I have a big problem. Fitiene komumi enko yi leaders omo ye very young Africa because in kokra ye omo no de to be honest with you omo mbo Africa kra en kokra for the past years aye yi hwe se me hwe ECOWAS na so mu committee an hu se kokra nko omo ko anom akoda omo ye pensioners. They don't have energy in them. Inti yetu abama omo a na omo ko ECOWAS a na omo akoda. Hwe Nigeria president omo akoyi akokora. Hwe president Nana Oda enimi. Hwe age awedri okomiti a na omo oda. Inti so de omo kotena meeting a sese yenko ne yenko dwendwen se na Africa betu mpon a. These are pensioners who go and sleep. So agosi eye worry my inti I think say me no we will condemn this school. But however, no, we should be taking lessons from this and be guided
as such as a country because see a shese na on my way kwa bra se see a fu obo e din papa se see akosua baako a ye ton 1 cedi no se see akosua baako ye ton 3 cedis se see niam bibia bo okosoro enti e no bete se mrante ne mmabaawa ekogi tu eduro se ekogi tu eduro e boni tu a enka no the intention is what intention is so de kwa robe ene mrante ne mmabaawa wie school banks e wo se ye adwuma employ mrante ne mmabaawa
Ebajo yenisia
akwesi aboagye ene egu banks ni nyina me ne mrante ne mmabaawa sebe o academ ebi nye adwuma anye nti work and pay uber ene niema na nkrofo ye we should begin to address how unemployment in a kosro. Once we address this thing, no, a national security issue. So, akwesi, even though we condemn this school, we have to take lessons and cue from what is happening. Nyafanya amends towards how our democracy, building.
May that see,
this is my take.
May that see, Kiki. Well, so even for me, me can't comment. Kakra me ba and command PC planting for food and jobs. Somewhere I think 2017 Omampin and Ado Danko Kufuado Nina by Omoba yeah Edda Jumedi one of their flagship programs planting for food and jobs near decline you are the year trail me Omampin Sampa near Tosumino and Huntuma. So I want us to do assessment Ushimwa send a timao planting for food and jobs near Bessin Koyeno a boye and Nasisia Yapa near a Tosumino and Huntuma and then the Bonkrata custodian, a name the custodian in Medal say planting for food and jobs. That's 2 government to provide ready market for farmers. A graphic and about say government launches PFJ2 initiative focuses on affordable, timely credit. So I want us to put a mainstream politics near here. Say you may omampeni da no di to me ba na yeba be di no come. Mamin kan comments ni bi. One here from Big Sam Ashalibuchosi. Politicians swear oaths of secrecy. But I tell you, Kennedy Japan will surely show Ekufuado and Baumia down by exposing their political affiliation in this country. Those trying to justify violence during elections with another sore situation of the past should know it's an indirect way of making lawlessness attractive to potential hooligans and nothing else. On the leak tape and matters arising, it's only proper for a thorough investigation to be conducted. Jomo Okase Festus. I'm Alfred from Awoshi, Accra. Coup again in Africa. What happened? What leadership in Africa? That's bad leadership in Africa. That's Alfred. Changing constitution is the same as coup d'etat. Make God help Africa. May God help Africa to unite. Francis Akbalu from Ho Central. Nanado was mad at a chief who couldn't stand up when the national anthem was being played, but did nothing when his daughter was engulfed in a telephone conversation standing just 50 centimeters from him. And he saw no evil. That Patrick Accra. You see why Ghana is a joke? So soon, Madam Cecilia Dapa's distasteful saga is gradually disappearing from the system. Interesting country. Asante, Eddie Free, UK. Good for oil, good for oil, good for oil. Kofi Ajiman, I kind of blow. Bugri Nabu must be punished accordingly. I vividly listened to the audio. Then I asked myself, how can a veteran of a major party orchestrated for eviction of the IGP? Hey, I'm an answer with that one. Look, I'm infused. Planting for food and jobs. Phase 2 of it. I'm paying another Danko Kufado. The UDS, Tamale, Apahuntuma. Na you see ready market you see a big creative jobs bear 210,000 each in Yanano dear I'm say bubuja ni ka ho ni edi kan no say na net ma o office say di nuane bae the jobs no bae ana wan hye de unhu hye de nhu su bia ene e pa ne to so eye mienu And brand no pa ye omudi dwumedie no, the Minister of Agriculture Dr. Brian Champon edin sembi to dwa. Na ne nsem no ba kọ kan a no no akra ne ho adwiri no se henoma se wo dwene ho a wonte ase se oman ya yetimi a ohwe nsase etwa ho awie ehia na se ne Ghana ya sase ti na afie bia ye se be ye $2 million asahe ne ye de kra jeni ne ye de ba udi tomatoes ni akaka ka ho no kra to nchen a jeni nko anka Ghana ebetimi edua bi. Until then you ask yourself, say, well, was there a need for us still to continue? I mean to you, Doc. Planting for food and jobs.
Planting for food and jobs. Mobekaya, Tama, Yera, Mampini, Nanado Danko Kufuado, His Excellency. In 2017, I launched phase 1. And I ran it from 2017 to 2021. That time, Agric Minister, Honorable Dr. Free Akuto, and I never. But my encounter was Honorable Barry Champon, be crew ni back up. Also, doctor, into you made no mistake. A friend, doctor. Phase 1 equal yinti, and you're launching phase 2. So, we your project now pursue phase now. It is based on set or share the output of phase 1. Now, say, by your predictions and the projections are. And then now go phase 2. Ampara phase 1 no ekoyi eno tina phase 2 aba. Now ye nimpa say ye swani ni ya primary school. Ghana is an agriculture why 52% of our is involved in agric. So your money statistics in here. Now, phase 1 no benefits pa de ebi bae. There was their friend food domestic food sufficiency. Not just say aduane ebusu okurum. Edu baby cry na chese body amafo abodi e wo market chese fofofo me baby ana me ye adwuma market ukwa ye time is 15 cedis ye time be more is 20
I don't know papa na feeling issue sir
na so we ni be for there yeah as o ka say wo ka nyame asem na obi gina nche na osere atemu da ne beba na eba ye be hu baby a wo gina ye nia di adanse enwoma aduane eba akrom ha. Agandi Buso, agriculture sector growth from 6.3% in 2017. Ekoya emu pejaye. Near 2.6 and you 6.3%. Ya juma. Phase 1 akoyi. Domestic food sufficiency and the maka and the brui cassava banchi and that body. About the crowd so be home and no ministry and baby o market buso. Afi de bim kra market to say yes o madwuma yes e wa adwuma say aduane abusu enno ene ye pese ye magana fo no mutimi nya aduane a efo na edi na koma amba krom ha come so de nyame adom because of planting for food and job phase 1 ko ye nti e come de e bia nsi krom ha wo share rice production planting for food and jobs because of rice production omo ye ni ye nti from 570,000 metric tons to 1.1, around 1.1 million metric tons in 2021. The difference is huge, about almost times 2. Now, planting for food and job, no, yeah, wow with acquisition of asase, yeah, wow with inputs, yeah, wow with technical support. Not just saying, wait me in your yield, no. Nemo, my dear, we are food exchange commodity, and also, and no, ya fat. Just say the obeto de eno nya wo problem. The obeto aduane no. Wo farmer no wo de ne se obeye, obedua. Ya bia boa wa ma wasase ama onyo ma aka de adi kom no. Wo de ne se obeye. Na ofakwesi umpe we na opeden. Eye better sen si ese be ma nkokobuo. No anya nkokọ 6 e wo fie. Because an nkokobuo ne nkokọ 6 no. E de empa na de beba. We want to empower the people financially. Not just so much so. Instead, say we always be controlling them. Phase 2, no, it is value chain driven. Just say from every step, no, there will be value. Yeah, connected. Not just say, oh, there, yeah, where Juma. It's market, no, and it includes private sector. We are trying to get private sector to catapult this phase 2. Benefits, no, there, and no, there, broso. Availability of food, import substitution and export, because I see it importation a year aduane so eba ha said o kan Niger na yasem Niger war iba Niger coup d'etat iba obi adwen ne ebenya jene wan ye betimi adua jene ne okroma under the phase 2. Create employment opportunities. A great at the employment ba ukwa Western regional second cycle schools na oni they have farms and they see about district director no Ghana Education Service district director no student ni nia spend about 20 minutes a week on the farm. Afe ebumu etimi are eating from their own farms. Ebro omudua na no mudi. The kids are happy. Krani isua ade. And we mu no mu wia a great near punishment, but as a source, it can serve as a source of livelihood, and they can get in big. Food security is very critical. Now, because a buying way, a green nipa ho. And nun tina yakofa planting for food and jobs yaba. But could be so a friend rearing for food and job, and so but this time around, no, under a planting no one sem near can. Ye wo kroma. Ena ye kwaye see ye a confirm farm bia just say yes and can so de aduane ba kroma. Edu be confirm ni ayera. But we dey bro na nyera. Banche no enyera. And I believe so under the able leadership of the president and the great sector minister, Honorable Dr. Brian Champon, a day ever fan into my pay fra. Na yenya ye fa ye ho shame because credit facility kra wo ho over credit facility wa just say opa bosia kra ye adwuma no, it's available, readily available. Plantain, root tuber, just say poultry near ewom. And grains and legumes no so no, it's very cardinal ewo yedwane yedi ewo krom ha. So uche benefit na planting for food and jobs ne dia ba ne said obi say ne dia aba ama ebuso and no kwa market a de ope bia onsaka. There were times akwa na body yete ba kuma wa yes 10 cedi banche no kra kakre bo ba kwanya banche papa banche na de kwa wo fufuo na enye yie no ehho ahoma bebre obewie na kakra bi ne wanya o menso na ya yes e ka akwa yem se ekom kra e ba krom ha. But aban nyame adom a nyame hu ye mobo ema yes sa aban bone ma aban papa ba ye no hwe aduane ewu abakrom inti launch ne de it is in order. Now okra akwahwe se dom sanko see president we osande for Tamale International Airport ekwahwe adwuma akoso it was a sight to behold. Omo ebi mu de enyo mo de okay say aban no ya de ekoso ebi mu de enyo mo de mimbodin na mom yenim se nyame wo ho na ya nyame ebedi ho afofinti de esi yani so won phase 2 yi so abra the champion wo ho nti ebefa.
Medasi keke mamintie we planting for food and jobs phase 2
okay okasa no say na me hwe no sre kakra because I say onti krum ha say o my we ono onti ofri o my for ebi ofri Niger eno aba betina ha say nti onim de eko, but I don't blame him. They said they be a make one of the most difficult job now. So be MPP communicator and he said they be a make I say yama tomatoes are pride yama say fesi jom na cotton. Now why him say tomatoes na o cotton no say be a pro nti ye na obeton ama ye no ye hu tomatoes na ye hu say once na nam ho and I say enye papa, but you are forcing the tomatoes say chinchina red on our neck, but we can see it say be enyo no be kire yen say ene eduane bo ayefo ye kojo ma see to eduane, so we know it no asem no be kan no. I don't have any problem with that because one be kan yeah man number radio embe kasa biom
eye kan wasem
fi de mamen kan asem alezi adie no mo koye planting for food and deben jobs phase 2 no. You see Nanado Dankwa Akufo-Addo ono ankasa confirm say we fail yen inti no I just said the next leader ene betumi abe change o mine na mai inti see ade o nyina no you prepare the pension into your marking time eno no oye no because say ejume bia wo ya first one na oye no yehu eso mfaso a, then we can recommend say we should move to the second one. What is the intention or the vision of the planting for food? The intention again. Intention is that eduane bebu in abundance. People will get jobs to do. Yet the over 3 billion Ghana cedis. And yet the actual first face in him. I could see any sincere to ourselves. And then food inflation, almost 53 point something percent. Food inflation, and then 50 something point 3 something percent. Unemployment, moving from 6% to 13 point something percent by the Ghana Statistical Service. Into what is the essence of the 3 billion they are planting for food anymore? Yenya so faso biano.
What's the idea?
And now I'm Brian the champion. Or say the almost 3 point something billion Ghana cedis.
Okay.
And the ashim. It is at 3 point something billion near the ashim. Mamau statistics are it has failed. Food inflation and then 53 point something percent. Unemployment 2016 President Mahama was almost incompetent. It was 6%. And then under President Nanado competent. Unemployment is 13 point something percent. At the end of the day, what is the vision of the planting for food? It is you're wasting. We are not surprised. So, of course, some of the ministers in them are over $1 million. Them over millions of Ghana cedis. This is what they have been using the money for. Sikananko was somebody yena ebenya son faso egugu them. Into your elections was sent offer. Ni a party sikano ni e kwa kochiche ni e seno. Omu delegate conference yatete so omu chiche 20,000 Ghana cedis. Emma party for wasting taxpayers' money. It is ene omu sanso betenase. Nasa omu sanso ebe ye krokro di John ni ema betre ya sanso ebe fa Ghana sika. Asanso they are called election 2024. We are telling them that Ghana for no makatre omu. Ye ni ati papa so. It is so my imagine say omu ba be ye scheme foforo phase 2. Ni asanso the budget ama. Enko ye nya so faso bia na se sika no mepa ka egu onom de aba election 2024 akwesi aboagye. Me say omu be chi omu na marry ewi akete. Because this is a failed government including their party. Omu faili president nankasa admit so omu faili. So I'm not surprised say Kennedy Japan so be omu showdown. Because this is a pure showdown. And look at what is happening. And then Ochineti was said 1st September. Yes, you have electricity, you have water, food or the Ecosro Monday no. Inti omani etimu the beer prices of goods and services Ecosro. Yasanso President Asanso wasting in time, wasting air time, wasting fuel, wasting aeroplane fuel, aviation fuel. Wasting your resources. Akotamali ako launch something useless. Useless and fun for so be amayen. Ayeti o maimu. Makati ose kosia under President Mahama near 50 pesos. And the kosia ye 3 cedis. 3 cedis. Munko ye juma. Bodie ena mudikogu ministries. Other ministries no we agbegloshi market. Minister yama we juma say ye no. Wako se sabodi akwa kogu ministries and watima agbogloshi market ewo ho and oton board. This is people very incompetent. They don't even know position near their mom. They don't even know what they are doing. And Brian the champions ministry ono ye make yan take it ama ono subeti bela uni bela inkrenika bela uni bela kusie obeti kusie market ewo ho se kusie ebo ayefunti ene ye kukusie ewo ministry onti embra ne mbawi kusie yembeto kusie wo ministry ho enche brand champion so be saade no because these are people they don't even have vision from the president to the ministers to the vice president to whatever to their communicators visionless omo wasting your time everything they are doing useless as a minor move they don't even know the direction ayeko. And now me tie Brian the champion one of my sister station. Ono akra wa surprise. Say o see ohun sase. No up you see agric minister no. Yes you agriculturalist so. Ono anka so a PhD in agric, onima agric pa Brian the champion dey so no a businessman. Ono hotels no sisi. Any business no ye. ɛne ɛde agric aba bɛhyɛ ne nsa nti I'm not surprised say he doesn't even understand say asase po guwo po a yɛnyɛ hwe na de ɔyɛ agric ni kura feli na wo no yɛ businessman a usisi hotel no ɛne ɛde ne ɛbɛyɛ we are doomed forever businessman no osusi hotel na ɔsi yɛmbra mbɛdem no ngye sika no ɔno yɛ de na kwakɔhyɛ agric na de ɔyɛ PhD na agric na nkasa de billboards ɛne plantain bɔdeɛ ɛna ɔtɔn wɔ ministries ɛne ɛbran ne champion deɛ mesi bela kusie ɛna ɔbɛtɔn wɔ ministry ɔsi ɛmbran ne ɛbɛtɔ kusie bela ɛna ɔbɛtɔn wɔ ɔsi ɛmbran bɛtɔ you see so when you see the president you see his ministers you see his vice president ɛna ɔbɛhu communicators ne nyinaa visionless no direction ɔman ɛna yɛdi kɔ yɛkyi no kan wɔ agri sector ɛna agri sector you see it's not about the percentage maka kyerɛ mu Dr. Baumia Mayati asese ye maame mo aye omo te elembele ne ye maame ya aba mo owo elembele no ono percentage na wo kan onimo ono di onim ne se owura marketer na okoto ade a no ne president Mahama te a na special ice mineral water under president Mahama na omo to special ice mineral water baako 1 cedi no ene under president na do owura market wa special ice mineral water no to ne 3 cedis 50 pesos under President Mahama muto this way chocolate drinker and no anu here nsuohie na ye nyina ya nom ne ye kɔ ye nim ne ye take ye level no under President Mahama this way chocolate drink no sachet no ne ye ton no 5 cedis and then under President Ronaldo this way chocolate drink no sachet ne ton 50 cedis ye hia ne nsuohie ne so san boa ye din iti ɔman ne atimu no bibia bo okosoro nti ubetena na oka na percentage na GDP na growth I have told you that banchi na wo market no enim percentage body na wo market no enim percentage dokuno under president Mahama ye ne tia na dokuno baako ye 50 pesos under president Ronaldo dokuno baako ye 24 cedis me na no koto a onim what is percentage na obobo no the reality is that we are suffering that is the reality nti ene akwesi aboagye first na nke be free hase ye be kon security for na egu woni ye kwa se omunje sis we kakra na monso monfa enye den monfanto bibindi na akwesi aboagye se sia ye ho kire ya ma security for no kra no obo ye so ye pe omode age ade no mind we atimu omotete yesa but I have told you that there is hope. President Mahama Kachre say there is hope because the Ghana we want to build together no or say everybody should come on board. Let us build the Ghana because yene natina da yene netino ni yenim se ne asitena muti enya asitena basa
mama signal sa me keke me da se mama nko ye
said there one said there menhia yetu ahemfo no ohini bi eni wa yetu ne ebesande na ba yentu ohene wanya wadwuma wanya opportunity wanya de so ye yetu
me da
fa won bada esi wo kroma
me da se mama nko kujo so na mintie kujo planting for food and jobs phase 2
because me da say PFJ no a subset of the agric industry I was saying we say a broader spectrum of activities, projects, initiatives, human resource at least ebetimi building in together ebetimi anya baby was it my call as part of Mejuma no Mesra secondary schools and tertiary schools me career guidance at the moment. Now there be my opinion remarks has to do with appreciating the various professions ayewo. Because see at no point obi man in saso kasi into opeso ye okuani and as opeso ye farmer da. Obi an kasada. Me engagement I me started for 15 years in here me engage student. Say what can now what be say open floor. Who wants to be a farmer? Obi eni wo be man in saso until say we fiase akyerɛkyerɛ wɔn eniama ene mfasodi a yenya fi okuani ho anse na watimi ama wɔn saso aka say oh bibi sɛ ne ebenya anse na watimi aka say nti obetima e farmer.
So nti ase ni ho.
Nti ase no eni ho.
Okay.
Enti ne ema odona mmofra ne benya de akokuani yonimu no eno so eni ho. Ye didi so aba be build from yen subsistent farming. Say menina bi wo na asase 2 plots bi no ye ni we kakra jene tomatoes bi meko bi o no ye niaman kakra bi but emra so say kwasi ye pejemu ne ye more of commercial farming. I was privileged to be part of a project bi ana ye visibility study for most of the cash crops ye wo Ghana hanum called most of the regions Ghana kwasi obekọ no na akurase honum no the highest obi hormone eka be the highest be 5 acres and over. And they are all dotted at various locations. So when you want to put a project together, and kebe boa collectively, kwasi eye den papa. And to say be how the combined harvester, and that's how the plow be echo, that's how the kosi ekora na say, that's how kase intine eba be boa won, etimia boa won with the mechanized farming. You need to be moving the plow, you need to be moving the combined harvester, you need to be moving it from location to location. Eye den. So this is what we suggested to them. I didn't see na mumbe for me union. Na eja ta asase, eja kwesi asase, antiya asase. Mudi for the purpose of the fact say muri yefu no, munka momu keke. Then we can be able to use all those mechanized equipment to help you. Kwasi, most of them were not willing to do it. They were not willing to do it. I am saying this as a pillar to say, planting for food and jobs will not materialize if the foundation, the people, the human resource, the land that you need is not readily available. The people that you want them to implement and be part of the implementation phase, are not well enlightened. Because it's a knowledge as a sound. Those days of now these days we are using a whole lot to the extent to say even drones crumple etimi fertilize with crops to the extent say drones etimi mapping drones etimi identify say there are pesticides over here I was see de indru ko ne etimi e come out e siesie wo honum nanso the people down there, the people who are really interested in agric, who will be the implementation agent for this planting for food and jobs phase 2, are not well enlightened. How many commercial farms do we have in Ghana? Because across the 16 regions of Ghana, how many commercial farms do we have? And when you open the frontier, me call president in the page, and I can say that the financial support. So they are going to give them loans for them to be able to use to expand their farms. Nipani doesn't even have knowledge on financial management. How are you going to do that? So are you now going to set up a different training scheme to be able to train these people in financial management, to be able to also give them that knowledge? And sana, the Jumanaka said to me, take it off. I am not downplaying the planting for food and jobs. Indeed, when you go to certain communities, aboa and Krofubi, at least, obi to me, phase 1 of planting for food and jobs, yenya she ewum. And no crowd obi memo bia crampo and kasare say yenya she. At least who call locals na. There's something that has come out from there. People have benefited from it. Nkrofu emba won food etimiaba. Nkrofu akwakotobi edi. Yet nkraha ne yenya aduandi ane ye feel say ntino nkraha hefa no ye do asase wa ha. Ye ndo asase wo baby a. So let us go to the people, educate them, sensitize them, consolidate.
Statement or yes, say yenka say enye bibia because yenye duane di won kran yeten kran yenye duane di no. The person bisa ne sabra planting for food name by na yendi di won kran ha.
But see, obia even in food scarcity, obia didibi. It is a quantum, it is the amount. And it is where the market is needed at what they call. Main case time I planting for food and job no BND. Now go food didi. I know the main case. Yes, people were eating. Go food didi.
Argument now yes planting for food.
So I'm for didi. So come on.
Say argument now and say planting for food. Na so am for so am because I know that yenya input free more didi one cry. I disagree with you because the fact is that. Say the vision of the planting for food is to make food cheaper and then no cre. Ebema ejuma ba. Almost planting for food and jobs. Inti na mebu boss has statistics now. Inti if we have been able to achieve those benchmarks now, it has failed.
Mate,
totally.
Michael Junkan has a
So are you saying you say, Mr. put two questions?
Yeah.
Are you saying you say, nyap she and feed planting for food and jobs now? Is that what you are saying?
I am saying zero, nothing. Waste of taxpayers' money.
I don't know. But that is
propaganda.
Extreme myopic thinking.
That's propaganda.
I'm being honest with you. That is extreme on this radio today. I've never encountered you on this level before, but extreme myopic thinking. And all our listeners would attest to this. It's a myopic thinking to say, we've not gotten anything at all. How could you say that? How could you say that? If you move, you are just opposing it to the national level with statistics. What the hell ya? What the hell ya? What can you say? Onenebia or Elembele doesn't care about statistics, but you are using the statistical services data to buttress your point. So what does that make you?
What
the hell catch you say? We need to be fair with ourselves. Say if you say angle way na ye no waka say angle way there anye aha there anye, but to rubbish the whole project in there, it is not in order. It is not in order. It is not in order. Say now you are attacking planting for food and jobs. I'm not doing politics with you, but if you are pointing us to from the era of JEA mills to the era of young Papa John Dramani Mahama, what agricultural products and what agricultural policy and a program did your government and your NDC bring into Ghana? What will you point to? At least ma obinye bibina commending Nipani said for sitting down to even think, say there is something like this and we need to do it. Commend the person. When the implementation phase is ongoing and things are not going right, point out the very things that are not going right. As we sit here, when I ask you from JEA Mills era to John Dramani Mahama, what agric program and Amodebaya, which one will you point to me? But today you are attacking somebody's thinking that it is zero, it has not nothing, it is useless, from the president to the minister, and you think you can rant and go on like that. You can't run down people's integrity and credibility and creativity just like that. You can never do that.
Don't speak.
I'm not speaking. No. I'm not speaking for anybody. I'm not speaking. But I'm speaking.
Don't speak from emotion.
No, I'm not speaking for. No. I'm not speaking for emotion. I'm speaking. So I'm asking you.
If you say I am ranting.
No, listen.
If you say I am ranting.
Chief, I am asking you from JEA Mills to Mahama. Program Ben Agreka NDC fire. What they catch them? What they catch them?
If you say I am ranting.
What they catch them?
Fine. Okase me rantia. Please, I'll refer you to Article 1 of the Constitution. If you have your Constitution now, if you don't mind, read Article 1 of the Constitution. What does Article 1 of the Constitution say? Article 1 of the Constitution says that the power resides in the people, Ghanaian people. And ye power, and ye bidiama or mampeni, and in Crawford say they should exercise the power. Please. May I article now? So I will tell you why I have all the right to tell the president, say, they have made useless of our money.
Fair enough.
So when
Chief,
you tell me what I'm saying is ranting, maybe
enough.
you are not seeing it.
I am asking you, Chief, from JEA Mills to Mahama, a Greek program Ben and an NDC for year. Catch them. What they catch them?
Assuming without
you just tell me. You just tell me one. Give me one program.
Just name one.
You give me one. Just name one. Just name one. You see, when I say you are ranting, it means that you are not speaking to fact. I'm not insulting your intelligence. I mean, you are not speaking to fact. No, question. Say ya kosuna ye politics. Say ya. One hour retie ye. You can't run down people's ideas. And I'm you ask me question. From JEA Mills to Mahama, tell me one agri programmer NDC for Modiaba. You tell me. I've ceded my time to you. Tell me one agri programmer NDC for the IA. Tell me.
Pacho, Mr. Wa, Osemenka one agri program. President Mahama 1 year shekrano. He had a vision. Say, anka sugar ye imported the back room say no. Anka sa sugar no. Ye imported bi.
Oko.
Nyabotre.
Commander.
President Mahama is the commander sugar factory. It is not about Ekosi. It is not about Ekosi.
When the project you didn't do feasibility studies. You didn't do. We are factory. After why you make raw material?
You know that in Switzerland they don't have cocoa farm there.
We are the factory.
You know that in Switzerland. Please.
What
when you say Switzerland,
what strategy did you put in together?
But they do the best chocolate in the world.
I've ceded my time to him.
And I've told you, say under President Mahama, he built a factory. The vision was that factory is to make sure that what's it there?
Papa we know your program no bro. Papa we.
Okay. Osi factory na the vision is say for sa factory no sugar ye import back Roma say no sa sugar no anka ye import back Roma na anka Ghana for ye nya sugar yanka say produce sugar wo Roma say It is okay to me see a factory na so ni so fine. I don't have any problem with that.
You shouldn't have a problem with that because that is the fact.
Only vision tia. Me catch you say, Uko Switzerland na, omu ni cocoa farm wo ho, but they do the best chocolate. Uko UK omu to gold wo ho, but they take the gold from here and they refine the gold there.
What strategy did you put in place to get the sugar cane in house?
President Mahama ejisika for planting the plantation for the sugar. Unfortunately, any free abemu.
Because
you can say that. It may catch you say, planting for food no. Question na maybe say, when you move your car from home, move your car from home to this studio, what is your vision? Your vision is that you will come and sit in the studio and make your argument for people to understand. When you move your car, that's when do studio, you have not met the vision. You have been useless. It may trust say President Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Your man is say adiani achieve vision maye. Adiani to me achieve vision maye, and I'm telling you that vision to me achieve. Oh say I am ranting.
And Pacho, mama menkai me comments. Pacho me also see due time no. And Pacho also the time no man. And Pacho kojo. And Pacho mama menkai me comments. And Pacho mama menkai me comments. Menkai me comments na ye maybe o super delegates conference no ye me kakakra. And Pacho mama menkai etie for so comments ni. Kwame Enchi, new Aplaku says, whatever the crimes of Ali Bongo, I condemn the coup in Gabon. If the history of military rule in Africa is anything to go by, modern day African military rulers will soon realize that the intractable problems besetting their respective countries cannot be ordered to halt or stand at ease, nor can they be quick matched. Kwame Enchi. New Aplaku. Sa Gabon ku imu ye mama kan bibi wo ho. Ehweja for no na mo obi transfer 50 something years no na mu fi say nka democracy ni betimi aye adwuma nka democracy no.
Na ebusia but currently bongo na ebusia. Ni
obetimi asesa ade na ani soja for no nti munyai sa asem na mo ka muyanka no kwe doku kan bi wo ha say. Doku kan bi wo so condemn soja for no. Na obi ti so watching how my course is a constitution.
So a two-way affair.
Two-way affair. So I'm saying that no Gabon case no of course we all condemn coups.
Yes.
Coup de ye condemn we say coup but I'm saying it's a Gabon case ni pa no. You think that if in ye coup there be pa na betim dia because the people are using democracy to change or the democracy no there say samra no. Or did the same, we issue the same democracy, so-called democracy, a sham democracy.
There are institutions.
Regional blocks. Regional blocks were whole. The constitution was being changed. They didn't say anything.
I am saying, Yankan Adebu Yankan Kodok. Obian Fakusu. Of course, yes, you condemn. No, Yenya said you condemn Muku. But Sebi, but there's every rule, there's an exception.
So you are making an exception for Gabon.
Of course, because ne papa, Omar Bongo, I transferred 42 years from 1967.
How? Which is not right.
Which constitution Ben has idea. What transfer 42 years? Okay, fine. Uden can the banner crab buy no Bessison, Ali Bongo buy Bessison. Also, what transfer the first 7-year term, 7 years, what transfer, which is the first term, second term, which all called. Second term, you baby, you know, April, I got transfer, Master Sambrano. Now, they're unlimited. Ultimate court. So now that man will also sit on Obewu.
Yeah.
Then I never be who Kunyano so. Also be transfer Nuevu. How? Say Kua there now because it is the same that sham democracy. No, you know, we used to know the Assam
which is not right. Well, that was the same right there, and you're right. And I agree with you.
But apart from the
but say you better now. Near for coup. Any shape.
Gabon coup me faso on tiasia. Mama cheche we na dia. See Gabon coup.
Gabon my for na kasakra yo bude. Jubilation bu jubilate. Omo bu ti ono.
Enyoma bi ekoso.
Omo kra yo bude.
Enyoma enya right ni.
Eyo bude.
Ebi so what say am robbers omo koya operation e fire they celebrate. The fact that Gabon citizens so be it doesn't make it right in my opinion. As far as I can say.
It is not right. Why would you jubilate?
Tie. Unim dog adia em won. Or condemn one soldier for no.
Oh yes.
But or T Hanum say I expecting the science institutions now almost so perpetuate sad you.
You're right. But I'm saying that there are better ways. Even though it can be prolonged, it can be challenging. The best is not the barrel of the gun.
That's the best. That's the best. Omumbo be too.
Stagnation and the things and the things the country will lose eventually.
Ghana. Obi obetina Ghana hanum say sebi and not Ghana yeti. Obi obetina na so okay me for akuso. Sebi on pa akun ejim. Onim nyansa. We cry tell me true sebi onim nyansa. Because amanpenyi we afia ebe ne December. Na yehu na omanpenyi eko. Except say omanpenyi ye bibia. Ode ba be sesa constitution ne be ka se okiwa we dey eno kra dey yan kra be bonu tuja. Enti for Ghana ye tio sisi. So ye ti ase obi ba ye nim se nipa no wo emfie 9 first term. Se ye tuma ne bioma we di mfie wotwe. Okay. Onye kra mfie wotwe se okay bye ko. Mahama te so no. Ghana for se empe no Mahama ko. Ena e dey na ado bai. Se Ghana for se okay well MPP as a party omopa omemo to aso omizoki MPP. Yes. So at this point in the democracy of Ghana your life say be ameka say okay o kumra Ghana. We Jimmy. Because you nim kuzu so wa be kan say bia. Say be nyansa na ni jim e bia wo hu kuda. Enti na bia wo ka say kumra no. Because kuba wow.
The emani sanso ye we kra ni say wo be fo akusu wo Ghana address we Jimmy say Rollins on kra ye ku no kra no 2000. Ojemu democracy ojemu makofo because see what onukra share niema esi so ahu say no we need to enjoy the democracy.
Bagabonku ni de me faso.
No ojemu amakofo kufu ejemu ama Mills ejemu ama Mahama ejemu ama Ekufuado ni ye ko yenim gradually a o si yen tranketi ade we ni yen sanso be start ade for obiom na
Bagabonku so
you see me to me Fuaku no say because I condemn coup of any shape, any form, caliber, whatever it is. Who any me position no.
But when this your position, Jesus Christ, even Jesus Christ cry. Tama sorry them or no. Omo yen kwasi ade wa sorry them. To correct the wrong. I mean what I say.
The spiritual. So they are there.
Jesus Christ at a point.
But
to make it straight.
Maybe problem major primarily. The blocks. The people that had community sorry Jinaka. Wow. And it's almost central.
Papa no beto abano. ECOWAS observers one person who
exactly.
I say me mama of Sama.
And they saw nothing wrong.
They saw nothing wrong. By sovereign country, by sovereign country. Even Nigeria, we ku yom ko tu papa ifi. Yes, almost see no pay. Ye be makwan 3 years. So I'm saying that you for kono almost see mam kwan mamumba. Obia so there to osu me makwan internet to trip. Oti honum no akoto aba. We also a democracy. Now tia na soja for akutu aso de on faso.
Dog, what do you think Nankebeti Mayo or Nankebeti Mafaso? Nankebeti Mayo.
Even blocks now
can you short term and long term, medium term can then pan Nankebeti Mayo.
Internal demonstrations. Civil strike. When you use mechanism, then you are tightening.
Papa, your mark curfew, move to a mark curfew.
Oh yeah. Baby no. The people will.
But civil instructions need Sanyamana Okano. Yeah, worse than even cool.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
And they will destroy things.
Because a man for betting at here is room. All right.
Yes.
But we need me biblim hanum say. Maybe an uncle quite is Arab Spring.
Yes.
Yankobo, but once or TC crew, maybe the soldier for eternity, soldier for ya mukwe so eternity. They also start and come against the people. Before I be who
need to say the but one thing I take one thing we should take away from this whole happening is it is instructive to realize that Omo Ben, president, so-called president.
Omoana,
Sisia. That's the common denominator. Word.
Yeah. Almost say enchine there. Charlie power suite.
Power suite. And now what the almost find by say audience or bebo who buy no. Be careful.
But sometimes no. Sometimes I also think say because that's doc Abia Bibia yenim. Ni aka no betimi no kre. But I'm sure Abia ni enim ni say omutu no for say no da. Papa. Adie we dey baby out dey fe dey men fanfa. For you know they also advise the person.
Yeah.
Don't do this. Men yes idea way but now yeah.
Because you won't say mostly external forces, whether they come with military just like they did in Libya or they come through their donor agencies. A case in point was Rollenstein from 89 to the 90s when the Bretton Woods institution forced him to abide by the standards of good governance systems. And when they brought the structural adjustment program to be able to streamline government activities, I think that was when the Local Government Act 936 was constituted by the Ahoys. And they advised him, say, Massa, if you don't go into a democratic governance system, the various opportunities in the funding, in the loans, in the grants, you'll be seized. So they come with that sort of externalities, whether with that army or they come through their donor partners with those juicy ones to make your mind and to change you to align with all those things that are going on.
Mommy and Pong. So, Doc, no, Yampo.
French food.
Who is the Niger ambassador is uncle? Who you telling? Because immediately if you open, they are losing their power. In Niger.
No, some are catching some few. Yeah. That's a France or no mama catching some few.
Yeah.
No supplies, no light, no water. Sheho. As the kusi she bomb, you bow. You see, it's a one of BP. But you see,
almost see your match.
Too much.
I think that it's a motivation from Burkina to Niger. Everybody's getting French. The inspiration is like, oh, if we can be able to do it. But I hope, say, Gabon should be the last.
Gabon easy. French company
you've not developed your human capital to be able to utilize that.
You always stifle that. Who told you? You also stifle that. You don't want to develop it.
Japan because the same factors kakra. We might for any adwin check kakra.
We my correction be last week here by no. We say one issue about Bank of Ghana informing the Parliament about their support. The Minister of Finance informing Parliament about their support to Omaino. Near who saw now I can tell you say now share statement. Ministry of Finance statement to Parliament on Ghana's domestic debt exchange program. Thursday, 16 February 2023.
I said, Doc, the same who can't side way.
Debbie, man. We couldn't even locate where the conversation.
No, Doc, Nabuche. The reason why I'm saying because I did. No, my main cast, but my main cast,
demonstration.
My main cast. Oh, and they say, I didn't know about kind of 2023. Meanwhile, it's kind of almost 2020 2022.
But the law didn't tell you within what stipulated time.
There's a time.
There's a time. But I'm telling you, saying regardless of the time. So your funny say one
section 30.
The grievance
of the Bank of Ghana from as amended.
You understand? It took paragraph 51. Mr. Speaker, under these circumstances, it was necessary for the government to seek financing from the Bank of Ghana to augment its fiscal operation for the year. The Bank of Ghana last week concluded work on its financial account for 2022 and reports that the total overdraft extended to government for 2022 was 37,956,000, whatever it is. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is in line with Section 36 of the Bank of Ghana Act 2020, Act 612. We are using the platform to inform legislature of the financing of the budget by the Bank of Ghana. The domestic debt exchange. So Parliament was informed. And that is where I
Midasi. That's Dr. Yautri for communication team member of the MPP. Emmanuel Anyima, Elembele KK, NDC communication team member, and Joe Esiamado, lead advocate, Social Watch Africa, Social Policy and governance analyst. It's here from Babefa Course, Kaka, but I was just reading the messages before I me tranketi koye Mpacho. Kablavi Opokase Benghazi says Ghanaians have seen how the NPP members are disgracing themselves in public every now and then. There's a problem in the NPP. And to this one from Bosheba Amisti, Gosu Zongo, says Ghanaians have tasted the NDC and the NPP and have seen the difference. So let's all continue to rally behind the NPP because they have good policies for their country. I'm pleading with the delegates to vote massively for Dr. Mudu Bawumia come 4th November to help us break the 8. Abele Nungwa. Kwesi, do you in your heart believe this so-called second phase of PFG, that's Planting for Food and Jobs, did the promoters of the first phase tell us of the success of phase 1? Well, where are the foods? Where are the jobs? A little said about the propagandists like doctor in your studio, the better. Ghana deserves better. The problem in the agri sector, which government policy should address, are lack of credit, lack of improved seeds, lack of market, lack of machinations, etc. Well, let me just leave it there. We don't need slogans and names that only pump monies for party apparatchikis. Felix Mante, PPP, with that. And to this one, that says, tell the MPP man to stop lying about food security in the country. Paul from Ashaiman. Empacho Mukasam. Mukaila Jonas Adia from Keri says, granted that the NPP and Nanado has failed, compel the NDC man in your studio to tell us how much they will sell an egg, petrol, kenki, and other utilities in case they win. Mukaila Jonas Adia from Keri. James upon UK, because he tell the NDC guy that if Ghanaians are going to measure governance of a party on hardship and not in policies and not on policies, Ghanaians should prepare for harsher years ahead. James upon the surprising coup d'etat in this recent times is questionable to all African democratic elected leaders. Predominantly, I strongly believe that corruption, long stay in power, and extremely poor governance could be the cause of these military palace revolutions. So say Kweku UK. Yanko Amano so Yanji Koskaka. Morning.
Good morning. That was it, but what to say?
No, Yudi.
Midin the Nokrasa and Casa Africa Swa, baby, our Quincy 2 and container need to have one go and get an Anamijina.
Ajinache.
Mammy, me flew on so a mini bini, in Tisoberman BB dear, Namen Kufrio. Mamicha me chairman, or Konidi she chairman Stephen Ovuswejari. Namicha incoming MP Felix Nakoyo, Yenia Janawa, atomic electric Yamankan, opening our ho, as if you are what Merafo, a quaya, Yamami Mensa, Eddie Ghanaians, a fasono, Areho, Netitru, Sabi Yenya did them. Unum say Mammy, Tete, a fan, would you so? Na wo say am ye nema ye do the entimi and the banquet you can imagine say who free baby I would akọ district office baby electoral commission here juma when you no fokura one more kakra and 100 cities and then wafa omo be jira wachi say we need national card on you also one sa enipa be miensa ana wo be form no form anu aduane lot of in and out. Now, Kokras and Ruswa, obey them and register. It's my minute what the person with disability efforts for crime, and to you will be a Becca Satrano. I'm a penina, and what you mean, Cassandra, my way. And National Chronomic Catassia pro year before they do crow mine. At me $5,000 at the mad delegates. The bed then, no, my Ghana, at me to pound. A bed then, dollars of cities. Our Minister of Bola them. Et to Mangana, baby, Mama, do Yano, I want to Mudiakosi, and the Bipira, I say, woman, development because of pronoun.
Meda Suka Kakran, which I should be about the KB morning. Okay, we lost that one. So, wait for 0302243540, 0302257902. Morning.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Udin.
But Mr. Porty is so too.
Didn't you?
So, I'm glad you did that. I'm with my power here. First of all, I'm a question. People in the car, baby. We are no more car, BVFA structure for food and jobs, no. This is Nika say, and you do resort to Yaro. Or say, a myopic mind. Fact, the gate number radio city so we did put a stop to it.
Could you on your MPP ni the could you Siamado no kind and your dog no kind?
How can you use those words? Food for party that does and for something about what Ghana. Come on, food for party just video. Yes, on the KWASI, and then the say they should stop those things. For something that they're Ghana. Me come as some so. And then another reason is that I say, mess no criticism. Oh, to me, M6, this is a new president. The mess no criticism, so no. You say all the LPP aspirants are part of this government and what messed up this country. So, Mama is the person who will come and fix this mess. Share in your bema. People don't have anything to offer this country. We know what Mama did when this country was given to him for 4 years. Mama, he borrowed only 65 billion. We saw so many projects. We saw Secret Interchange. We saw Kasua. We saw KWASI. We saw Obetebilante. We saw Airport of Natre, Kejetia Market, Ridge Hospital, Bank of Ghana Hospital, and so forth. Akufado has borrowed 500 billion. They should put your single project almost see Ghana. Mama and the Mama, Pensioner Sika unlucky. And the Mama, Bank of Ghana didn't go bankrupt. And the Mama, Ghanaians were buying KK at 1 city. Today, Ghanaians are buying KK at 5 cities. And the Mama, Ghanaians were buying petrol at 40 cities. Today, they are buying petrol at 60 cities. So, Mama is the one who will come and fix this mess Akufado and his people have created.
May I see Mr. Courtney Mobi Sumeka, Jimmy Dino, so morning. Line where there's a problem with it. Hello? I think there's a problem with that one. Hello? Yeah. Hey. Morning.
Munkaila Jonas ni.
Yentiu.
Yo, mamencha opa na mimo abaso. Mamencha onabu payo sena mhajide okwesu jaman. Pa. Onabu Kennedy preko ohine Japan. The only man of which mama in New Ghana. Na Sebi we ne Nanadu about the same age and ya say ya na ebe koso. Masa kwesi. Me can be say until Ghana for Beshia Sebi Epu say we need to structure from the base up to the top. They be a bebre. Masa Akufo-Addo yebio President Akufo-Addo why be because the country Ghana is built on a weaker structure before Akufo-Addo came. And then you buy what they share regional creation. And then it's for saying no. But at the time now, Rollins by no, they were not the region, but over and over the same upper west, upper east, China development. It's not about Sawako Boro, Yense one project, Yense say, what they share regional creation. Masa share a national entrepreneurship and innovative plan. What then is funny there are youths who are well to do today through this program. Masa. Ye kasa obi a wambe bo brawo Ghana politics mahama adentia Bank of Ghana Hospital any project ya ka de Kumasi market way any project uti no sudi Ghana fomuntie you University of Ghana Medical Center any mahama project and was say on the statue Pokuase and ya be via see and almost there. But Mama is caught on tape. Our car say project are people seeing now or say President Mills the starting here. And see who be radio system na ya bobisia and I would me who way which I am through.
Me da se mukala ma me fa ni chat so crackers na yen yen so this one pay. So just speak. Hello.
Good morning.
Morning Udin.
Pastor Melinda course Mukasa Free Sana. Me tia obi me pamucho.
Any abrew, my Mumunja Mahaman and another interchange na then interchange no crown, who discover Faka Kukuma Beda. Any abrew. She, or many a woman, ya to Abama bank, Sabita Fate, or be better and all can disable for them. Ye the media go Mumia to Abama, and then she don't. What about almost 600, 500, 1,000, and we've been on Mabidi, and we've been on Mobile school, and we've been on Mudi Bobra, and then Shadow Crumbo, Shania Mambo, move to with a company, the canal electricity, and Muchogana for. Yeah, a TTC will go top prepaid 80 cities, a Dibay Busum, and auto prepaid 8 now what you are to about 4 days, and then they are to about 3 days. Or may I team to step with the first and bumping you for no, me pamo chongana for Montie. Do me the normal because show down idiot, Kennedy, but a battle life because Govator tear down the wall. No. A hard man and a catcher of Govator from the more tear down a belly wall. No. A brainy and Kennedy or your hashes and Okasa and all be deeper, Pama so deeper because your brains are gentility na mudi kuya no mudi kuya woman mono Banamu mood physical ye popo baby change the constitution na maye obi baby change the Ghana constitution ye juma obi ansoro to Kenya me bomsa Ghana constitution ye juma aboyen to ye more tariff Ghana constitution ye juma they will think about the people first and ye more
Medasi na mi sure ko Yedama say hanum say ne DC ene okue
Aboa bi wo ho wo friend efru pampo so didi mi a enkwase ade nkoti no e okru no da kura ne baby ejamwan yansafo oka jire efru pampo de efru pampo ibi enti na wan nkoti didi mi a enkwase ade nkoti na e womani Sadachi anhwe ni ye ya da sam bebo mani efru pampo gina wodi ore jamwan yi efru pampo na asma keji ejamwan de
ejamwan eyewi
asemi ejamwan yodo oka chire nantwi oka chire iwan oka chire aponchi oka chire akoko da mo bo amabo ndezi nyina ohe and once we go one was we get jamwan de ejamwan eyewi ejamwan gari osim kofie wo run on the one libe college na wa bo menu then you are here for pampo all the one wa go here for pampo efru pampo ne we di wa mi ori ye no kwase ya de wo efru pampo kan ma na nda on no da bo wa fe ni ye morubi ni babiro doctor wa yi doctor me kan na service doctor on no wo one other go for doctor moba or the pompo and not on fa pompo no na papa say e jambo bi sa pompo de we yanda na wa papa say na smo ke je jambo de e jambo wa se make in all the way o go make je mi all the way wa se make in all the way e jambo wan carry o sim ko bie doctor ya pray dry ya pa na one tap on the way all the way Papa na samo kind de onwo bebe me yade owo de gwenya kwanpa wonom gwenya nampa worry kan enti wanchi na ndibra wancha wanchibra wanfa yigwan kan wancha akokwan kan abra kokoko nwa ejamu wopo ego ejamu na samo obi sonde muni anama hine pa na wonwe na wasu we kache jamwane ejamo wasa make no the way ejamo no wodi wona ebe wodi na wari ye me wodi na wari yam wodi manda sana wari ya wonara wo wodi na wari ye me sana wari ya wonara wo mai wodi na ri ye me
bofko Oko nyum da so no. Ana pay me en fast like say from akwadwo dwame ado boa me ne edi dwumedie de bremo. Na ya safoni fima bank on so boy on social media. Time to go. Yeah, the Entertainment Ghana de bremo. And okay, as always, you know, Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, Joada, Ukuada, and a fiada bia no fibe non do a payment. Yeah, this Ajumidi at the bremo tea. And Ukwe brasso. Chrissy Aboagye. You didn't see Anam say. Nia Kana Yola, my career. Fantimin Kebima. Make